It's 20, energy 13. It's a resolution to present it today, but it's like the conversation today needs to be. Okay, and I said, we need to work on this. It's a can.
I can bring it up on, it's like no edits or anything, just.
No, because we can't do it. And we've had it for 2 weeks, right?
Right.
So, but it's a point of action. The energy could come up. So if you could bring that up when we're talking, that would help.
Talking PNLR.
No, this is.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
I told him.
Yeah, so. Right. So what I thought about was for. So what I have done is gotten this saved onto here. So we can pull up the list of all of the energy resolutions and kind of maybe start a discussion about what we want to continue, just maybe categories. I know they're going to try to keep it pretty generalized and then do a advisory panel meeting or a couple advisory panel meetings, maybe a first initial one to just discuss the different categories.
That's what he's waiting.
Yes,
Right.
and then after that, and I kind of
Because
Did-
these resolutions essentially go first. These are for
Guidelines to take
for
positions.
take positions.
Yeah. And when I help her too, I go through, I go through state bill and health commissions sometimes, and what I do is I just make notes and say, this resolution, and then she goes and checks them up. And then from there, depending on, because sometimes she doesn't, it's something I do it, but she is the ultimate one that overlooks everything and then decides.
And then figure out, let's try to get a little more structure.
Yes, yeah, and I know that that's what the discussion on the agenda, it says, we're talking about 2 different resolutions, and then we're gonna have a discussion about and what direction to go. And I think we're gonna just keep it more generalized today, but then we're gonna do an advisory panel discussion soon, just so that we could start talking about those. And then have
That is Zoom call.
Yes, and I did go through and start to make some potential categories like extraction methods, all energy, funding or money surrounding, standards of impacts.
I don't know how much stuff you probably gonna get funds. I think it was actually somebody from the state that was saying that we need to look at battery because we've got wind and solar
Right,
there. Internet, we need to store it.
Yeah, and Sarah Carlisle, I think is going to be like, she, I think would be an integral part of this. As long as we can get everybody involved.
She's not good.
She'll
think
probably
she's
be
off
here
here.
today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because to me, she didn't understand it's not. So, I know. Not a battery, like the one that's in your car.
Right,
Or the
right,
ones
right.
right there. It's not that kind of a battery. It's called for
Right.
of existing federal data.
Right.
And what we want to do is to pump some of that water.
Well, and I think that's going to be probably more of a discussion for
That's the.
the community stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
but absolutely, that's a good point to bring up.
But that.
I wouldn't necessarily pull Derek aside. Okay, yeah, as long as it's on his radar, I'm sure it'll be. Maybe not so much today, but like I said, yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. But I do have it up in case it does come up, that resolution. Yeah, of course. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We will get started here shortly.
Good morning, everyone. If you could please take your seats. The meeting is going to begin in just a minute. Please take your seats.
I talked to him about sitting down. Yes, I'm kind of busy for the next one, but yeah. So I will make these two answers. Yes. And Helen is on.
Got to turn it on. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of week 2 of our summer policy committee meetings. We are extremely excited to be hosting these up here in Rangeley today. And thank you to the town, the county, and this wonderful college for hosting us in Rangeley. Before we begin, I do want to thank our sponsors today. Xcel Energy and Chevron helped provide this beautiful venue and lunch. So let's give them a big round of applause. And just a few notes before we begin. We did adjust the seating today, so hopefully that improves your ability to hear and see the screen. If you can't hear, come closer, and that might help a little bit. When you do speak, please use the microphones at all times when you're addressing the room, when you're asking a question, addressing the speaker, please use the microphones. For the tabletop microphones, you have to turn the button on and wait a couple of seconds for it to connect to the system in order before you start speaking, so please give it that time. Restrooms are located directly out these doors, straight all the way to the wall, and then a hard right down the hallway. So please feel free to excuse yourself as needed. So now if you will all join me in the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Well, in our new tradition that we've just started in the last 18 months or so, we're going to begin these meetings with federal updates. And we're excited to be joined today by a friend that we haven't seen for a little while since we were in Craig. We're so excited to have Matt join us from Senator Michael Bennett's office.
Hillary mentioned to me that I've got to speak directly into the mic. Yeah, I'm Matt Kirker. I work for Senator Bennett's office. I work out of Steamboat. I am a regional representative that covers 8 counties, including Moffett and Routt. My colleague Hillary covers Rio Blanco, but together we share this Northwest region and then the northwestern part of the Western Slope. With forestry on the docket and then the Energy Committee, I wanted to touch on 3 things that I think are important to this group and that we've been working on or that have recently transpired. I'm going to briefly start, and Commissioner Merritt Leakey probably knows this, that 3 or 4 years ago, we really started thinking about how do we do more to invest in our forests. And then we had certainly the wildfire season of 2020, the Cameron Peak fire, this troublesome fire. And we recognized that within the wildland urban interface, we needed to be investing a lot more, that we actually save a lot of money if we invest and do that work on the front end, and we're not then fighting wildfires and doing the rehabilitation on the back end. So we unveiled a bill called the Outdoor Restoration Partnership Act, which was largely based on this, again, this notion that we needed to approach at a landscape scale doing these types of forestry projects, fuels treatments, what have you. And so the Outdoor Restoration Partnership Act is something that we've remained committed to. Just yesterday, through what's now being called the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, there is $5 billion for this exact type of work. And so $5 billion, a $20 billion ag title, but this $5 billion towards forestry, again, kind of comes directly from that concept of the Outdoor Restoration Partnership Act. So second, the other thing that came out this week, and it's again related to wildfire, Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack unveiled a $1 billion program called the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program. And that's going to be $200 million for the next 5 years to allow for these types of projects on the ground. Let's see, it's up to $10 million on projects for infrastructure and resilience, up to $250K in individual grants for updating community wildfire protection plans. So again, I think that, this highlights the focus that we need to be doing a lot more in the West to protect these landscapes and protect life and property. So the third thing, I handed out a one-pager that may not have reached everybody, but I'm happy to talk more about it and take questions on it. This is something I presented to the Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado. My colleagues presented it to Colorado Counties Incorporated, and we unveiled it in April. It's called the National Energy Community Transition Act. And this bill really started in, let's see, it'd be February of 2020, just before the pandemic, when Senator Bennett traveled through, he was in Rio Blanco County here in Rangeley, but then he traveled to Craig and he got a report from the Moffett County Assessor, Chuck Cobb, and I think then Commissioner Ray Beck was in the room, talking about the upcoming loss of tax revenue in Moffett County, the fiscal cliff that when they just had, I think, Unit 2 and 3, the announced closures at Tri-State, the Craig Station for 2028, 2030, Moffett County said, wow, we are going to lose more than half of our tax base. And so more than anything, we need to be doing things now to diversify economically. The problem that Moffett ran into is that because those jobs hadn't already left, they weren't eligible for the types of assistance, whether that's EDA, USDA rural development. And so this type of, how can we get out in front of this fiscal cliff? They really weren't able to access the resources, at least not from the federal government. So the senator came back to our team and we ended up coming up with this National Energy Community Transition Act. So I'll just briefly touch on some core pieces of it. first, the bill itself, even though it's called energy community transition, it's agnostic to whether you actually have any incentives for coal closures. It's not trying to say we should be closing or shouldn't be closing. What it is trying to do is saying, if there is an announced closure and it's coal, but also other fossil oil and natural gas, so extraction, but really coal is where you'll get these announced closures. Let's provide resources ahead of time. So it's 10 years looking out in the future. It's also 20 years looking back, providing the opportunity for both a PILT-like payout. So that means an annual formula payment to counties and municipalities. And then also the opportunity for technical assistance and capacity and one-time grants through a competitive grant program. So we've spent the last year working closely with Broward County, town of Hayden, but also City of Craig and Moffett County. And I think I saw Peter Brixis, Craig City Manager. They've been invaluable, Jeff Comstock here with Moffett County, in helping us fine tune this bill. One of the things that I think came out is that we needed to be focused specifically on counties and municipalities. So we actually narrowed the focus of these formula payments coming out of what's called a permanent account to just counties, municipalities, and tribes. And that account would be seeded by the federal government with $20 billion, but that account would exist outside of the Treasury in a nonprofit corporation. And that corporation would have an endowment of, again, seeded at $20 billion. That $20 billion would be invested with a goal of creating about a 4.5 or 5% annual return. So that would allow in perpetuity investments in coal and energy communities that, again, either have just experienced a closure or a downturn or are about to experience a closure. So that's when you're looking at the second bullet, that's the permanent account. The other key piece of this would be the benefits account. And what we looked at is when we look at federal leasing revenue, a lot of that is unobligated and goes back to the US Treasury. And so we're looking at, could we take a portion of that otherwise unobligated federal leasing revenue, which would come from fossil fuels, but also renewables, so wind and solar, and could we allow that for investments? I think about whether Tri-State is looking at the Craig Energy Center to look at carbon neutral new forms of energy, or CNC is embarking on a new, say, workforce development program. Those would be the types of, say, one-time investments that they could apply and through this benefits account be afforded significant investments to grow these types of programs and projects. The third, I guess, piece of this, which would be the smallest, is that this corporation, which would be independent of the federal government, could also make its own investments to leverage programs funded by transition grants. So those are some of the key pieces of this bill. What I also think is important about this bill, which we heard from Moffett County, is that this board, and we structure the bill, or the endowment corporation, to have a board of between 7 and 11 people. When that board is initially founded, it must include representatives from certain regions of the country that are that have high coal production. So one of those is, say, Appalachia. One of those is the Rocky Mountains, which is in fact more looking at Wyoming. But another is what's called the Four Corners region. And when you look at that Four Corners region, the largest coal production is either in northeastern Utah or in northwest Colorado. So again, making sure that there's a voice from northwest Colorado or from this region on that board. We heard from Moffett County and Craig would be imperative to make sure that that this is fair and equitable as they roll this out. So again, this bill was unveiled in I think early May. It does have the support now, thanks to Bonnie Peterson. I see Bonnie here in the board of AGNC, and it also has the support of CCI. So I happily entertain questions, but I also greatly appreciate the support of Club 20. So let me stop there. I see Merritt.
Thank you, Matt, for being here. And thanks to Senator Banner for his outreach to the West Slope and the staff, John and everyone else on the team. Really appreciate that. So my comment kind of goes back to what you have referenced. That is correct. I did say we could spend this amount of money on the front end of a fire or this amount of money at the back end of a fire to fight it. So, and I appreciate the work that you've done. I appreciate Senator Bennett, boots on the ground, boots in the ashes, looking at what's in Grand Canyon. The second biggest fire, after the second biggest fire in Colorado happened. So, and the legislation that came forth out of that, I appreciate that too. But I also want to make a request, and that is to make sure that you include livestock grazing and forest management, including logging, as part of the solution to this too. Because I know that we can improve landscapes with grazing. I've done this personally. I can show you personally how improvement has been done with livestock grazing, and also that removes fuels. And it does that pretty much on their own. Cows are solar energy harvesting units. That's what they do. And we can use that as a forest management tool. So make sure that you include that in any legislation that comes forth as we talk about forest management. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
I have
Nancy?
another quick question, and this isn't really fair for Matt, because yesterday we started with a different staff person from Senator Bennett's, and she referenced doing the GORP Act, which is a wilderness bill in Gunnison County. And I just need to say this is public lands yesterday with water, but it really interacts more with our resolutions than the water. And I really hope you can stay today, because I think our presentations today will show some of the things that we're concerned about. It's the new fire dynamics. When you draw lines on a map 10 years ago, they don't necessarily fit today. We just did a forest plan revision. Lots more science came to light over the past 5 years because of that process. And there's also a big grant to identify critical watersheds. Again, you're going to hear these themes today. There's several things on our agenda that I feel like are so new. I don't blame anybody for missing them. They're that new. So I just like you to take that back. I know you didn't work on the projects. I'm blindsided you a little.
But no,
But thank you for taking notes today for us and understanding it's because it's brand new stuff and we're really concerned.
And so as I told you, Nancy, I will be here for both the Public Lands, Natural Resources, and the Energy Committee meetings. So I actually forgot my computer, so I will be that much more ready to take notes. Right? Do I have any? Yeah, Commissioner Redmond.
No, I just want to tell you a little personal success story that I had with Matt. I was down at the Club 20 Solar Conference in Wrightville. At that same time, in the back of my mind, streaming is the thought of 10,000 plus rainbow people gathering in my district. Worried about the EMS coverage in my district and the stress that was putting on a very small local volunteer fire district. So I happened to express some of my concerns while at the solar conference. As I'm driving home from that solar conference, my cell phone rings. It is Matt. And what can I do for you? What are your concerns and how can I help you? Well, I expressed those. I hadn't had any response from my Forest Service partners. I had concerns about augmenting West Route Fire District. I got home that Sunday. I got a phone call from my regional forester. I got a phone call from my local ranger. I got a commitment from the Forest Service to bring out their graders and take care of my county road after the gathering was over. So it's a very effective system. He is there to work with us. As you see, he is here today. And I think we need to take advantage and strike while the iron's hot. We have someone that's willing to work with us at the federal level. We are facing some big problems. We don't necessarily have all the resources we need. So we need to decide, and ask for what we need in a timely manner. And I am very pleased to let you know that I am a success story there. And thank you, Matt.
But I'd put it right back on, the commissioners, our city managers, Dr. Jones. We have a fantastic group of leaders here in Northwest Colorado who I recognize we won't see eye to eye on everything, but we really can work together to improve, whether it's, again, dealing with rainbows or roads, wildfire, economic diversification. So I do think there's a lot we can be doing together. So I think I've probably already taken too much time. Any other questions? Oh, Bonnie. Are you just now a concerned citizen? Is that?
Today's my last day.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna be that old retired broad. But I just want to, every chance that you and I have had this conversation, and before I say anything, I agree with what Commissioner Redmond said. Matt, you and Alyssa have been just wonderful advocates and supporters and communicators for our region. So thank you for that. Thank you for being there. But on the energy bill that Senator Bennett's been working on, we talked about trying to put language in that bill so that the nonprofit doesn't require a match from our communities, because when we're facing that fiscal cliff, there's no money to match. And so we don't want to put our communities at a disadvantage.
That's duly noted. And I think what makes this interesting and different is that it exists as a nonprofit corporation outside the federal government. So not subject to those normal match requirements. But your suggestion, which I think is right, is to explicitly put in the bill, and we're going to look at this, that to waive all federal match requirements. So thank you.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you so much. You turned me off, Aaron. Thank you so much, Matt. We really appreciate you being here today. Next, we're excited to be joined Thank you. Next, we're excited to be joined virtually by Helen Kadich from United States Senator John Hickenlooper's office. And I don't know where in the world Helen Kadich is joining from. She might be in Denver. I'm gonna guess, Helen. Are you in Denver?
Okay, I'm in Denver. Welcome to my mother's house this morning. Really good to see y'all again. So sorry I'm not able to be there in person. My boss is actually coming into Denver today, so we were short-staffed, which is a good thing because I get to spend the day with my mom today and tomorrow. So I'll be back to Durango. My name's Helen Kadich. I'm our Western Colorado director based out of Durango. I'm trying to see the faces in the room, but I can't quite. But good to see y'all. And thanks for hosting Club 20 as always. And Rio Blanco and Matt, we just all appreciate your work on the ground. So I will just echo commissioners' voices and say a big thank you to Senator Bennett's office for all the work that you've been doing for many, many, many years. So we are going to start hearing a lot about a recent deal that was negotiated over in Washington, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. I'm going to give just like a quick note here. This is another really kind of monumental investment that we're going to be experiencing on the ground throughout the state and throughout the nation. Very much linked to energy. So I'm going to focus some time there, and then I have a couple of other notes at the end. But I'm aware of time, so I'll try to cook through this in 4 to 5 minutes. But again, really good to see y'all. So Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, historic down payment on deficit reduction, really focusing on fighting the inflation that we're experiencing, investing in domestic energy production and manufacturing, and then reducing carbon emissions. It also, which is a really, really key piece here, it finally allows Medicare to negotiate for prescription drug prices. And it extends the Expanded Affordable Care Act programs for the next just 3 years. So it's about $300 billion in deficit reduction and close to $370 billion in energy security and climate change programs over the next 10 years. So a couple of quick notes here. I know there's been I really appreciated the conversation that we had over in Durango during the last Club 20 piece on how this energy transition could take place, and is the grid ready, and what does it look like for communities like the community that you're sitting in right now to work on this transition all together. So it's a pretty comprehensive plan here. One note that I want to share is that the climate goals are certainly ambitious, and this package also has benefits to fossil fuel industries. So it includes some new oil and gas drilling lease sales. It ties federal energy development into fossil fuels. And so it holds sales of some oil leases for solar auctions as well. So there's this link that I think is really important to the transitional side of things that I think we have discussed in length throughout the counties on the western slope. One other note, which I really appreciated from Senator Manchin actually, was it permanently extends a tax designated to help provide benefits for coal miners that are coping with black lung disease and their beneficiaries. So I just want to share that I think that Senator Manchin and this deal is really thinking about a transition, not just a blind investment into renewable energies as we build capacity of the grid, which I know you all are being incredibly thoughtful about, and so is Senator Hickenlooper over in DC. So there will be more to come. I have a feeling we'll be talking about this at many Club 20 meetings to come, but just wanted to give a quick overview there as we continue to have conversations over in DC. And part of the reason my boss is in Denver is to talk more about that at length. So I will be sure to send over some press releases and the rest to you all as they come. It's been a busy week. One other thing that I wanted to share with you is just earlier this week, there was a vote to pass the CHIPS and Science Act, which I like to call the CHIPS and Salsa Act this week. So it's a bipartisan innovation and competition bill, which focuses on lowering costs as we grow the US semiconductor industry and then boost investments on research and development. So really pushing towards research and development and innovation. I was actually just talking to one of our La Plata County commissioners who used to run a semiconductor chip manufacturing site, and the thousands of people that he actually had to let go when we started losing domestic manufacturing of chips. And so this is an incredible opportunity for the US. I'm looking at some notes here because there's domestic US semiconductor manufacturing represents 12% of the global total. It was down from 37% in the 1990s. So this was a huge impact on jobs and our competitiveness with China. So really exciting pieces there. We'll see major investments into organizations like NREL over in Colton. The last piece that I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to talk about this specifically because there was that really good conversation on, is the grid ready and how do we prepare for electrification when we're seeing the grid at these high peaks actually go down from time to time. So there's a really exciting piece of legislation that Senator Hickenlooper will introduce in the next several weeks. So I'll keep you all updated on this, but it's a vehicle to grid program. So over in La Plata County, we were one of I think 3 pilot programs for a school vehicle to grid pilot program. So just to backtrack for a second, there was $5 billion in the IIJA bill for clean school bus investments. So big step for the health of our kids and planet, et cetera. But the exciting thing is that school buses are really uniquely optimal for a vehicle to grid program because their daily operating schedule works really well with grid demand. So they charge at off-peak times, like during the school day and in the middle of the night when energy is cheaper and there's more of it. They also discharge during peak hours, like in the evening after completing their bus route when prices are really high. So this program, it's actually balancing off the grid and offsets prices with cheaper to store energy. It also just means more efficient grid operation. So lowering utility bills, enhance grid resiliency. And they also conserve because the batteries are so long. As a storage option. So really exciting program. We'll be highlighting that work pretty soon here when Senator Hickenlooper hits the ground in Southwest Colorado in a few weeks. But I just wanted to share that's a very specific piece on focusing on how do we prepare the grid for more electrification. So those are my quick notes. I went for 6 minutes instead of the 4 that I promised, but Really good to see y'all and happy to field any questions or happy to chat offline as always.
Are there any questions for Helen? Yes, go ahead. And please introduce yourself before you speak.
Thank you, Christian. I just want to make one comment.
Will you please introduce yourself? Ray, introduce yourself. Will you introduce yourself so she knows who she's talking to?
This is Ray, former county commissioner, Club 20 member, and so on. But thank you for being here this morning. Club 20 really appreciates our representatives. So thank you guys for all you do, and that includes the rest of our representatives. But I would just throw out that we would really like to see Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett over here in Western Slope. It's been a while since they've visited us, and it's always nice to see them in person. I mean, we appreciate the staff and the reports that we get. It's important that we see them time to time. So if they can make their way over here, that'd be great. And you might want to pass this on to your senator, to our senator, and also Matt. I have a Cole sticker for him. It says Friends of Cole. So just let them know that that's waiting for them when they get it. So thank you.
Are there any questions for Chelsea? We want to make sure we have plenty of time for Representative Bogart's offices. I'll be fine, yes. Thank
Chelsea
you.
Mira, Executive Director, Western Colorado Oil and Gas Association. I'm a huge fan of the CHIP bill, but I do have some curiosity with some things specifically in Colorado that I think the senators can help with. Through the past couple of legislatures, we've had some very extreme emissions pieces of legislation go through and rulemakings in our Air Quality Control Commission that I think could negatively impact some of our manufacturing opportunities here in the state, specifically air toxins that passed last year with this last session, and environmental justice that's created DIC communities through all of Western Colorado that would truly eliminate the opportunity for some of these manufacturing facilities to be located. It's communities that could use the jobs because of the emissions associated with a manufacturing facility. So I wanted to highlight that for the two of you. And then I do have a question. You had mentioned some leases. We saw our first lease sale of this administration in June, and it only contained 20% of the original leases that had been identified. So when you say some, I would just like a little bit of clarification of what that is looking like. Is it 10% of original? Some is a scary word.
Absolutely. I can get back to you directly on that. I'm not sure who's operating the Zoom piece, but if we can make sure that we exchange our information at the end of this, I'm happy to circle back around with you.
I can absolutely send the information to you. Thank you.
That's
And let's
perfect.
thank Helen for joining us virtually by Zoom this morning. And next, we're excited to be joined by Bernadette Lake from Representative Lauren Boebert. Oh, our Miss Clarice, thank you for being here. Clarice Navarro, who is the district director, state director, district director for Representative Lauren Boebert's office. Thank you, Clarice.
Thank you. Yes, we decided to switch it up a little bit. And of course, Bernadette did an excellent job yesterday going over. You're welcome. Is that better?
Yes.
Bernadette did an excellent job going over Congressman Boebert's package of appropriations that was passed in HR 8294. So my comments are very brief this morning. And as we continue to talk about the wildfires that occurred in 2020 and the devastation that Colorado saw through that historic devastation, Congresswoman Boebert was able to secure $52.23 million in funding to protect Western Colorado against the threat of wildfire and address the bark beetle epidemic. This funding will help address the problem through proactive management measures, such as removing the hazardous fuels and thinning overgrown forests. Not only will this create jobs, but it will also help protect people and local communities from these dangerous wildfires. Another topic that is not going away and that we continue to hear about also here at Club 20, at wool growers, cattlemen's, and several other groups that we meet with, is wolves. Congressman Boebert was able to secure $1 million for the wolf livestock loss demonstration program. This program ensures Livestock producers will be compensated for the loss of livestock killed by wolves. In April, Congresswoman Boebert wrote a letter to Congresswoman Pingree and Ranking Member Joyce requesting that funding, and also allowing any states where significant wolf devastation occurs to be eligible for that program. Unfortunately, wolves do not see state lines, and other states are about to endure exactly what Colorado is about to face. And so being able to allow them into this program is going to be beneficial for them as well. Lastly, Congresswoman Boebert was able to secure full funding for the PELT program in fiscal year 2023. So this is going to be huge. We're very excited about that accomplishment. And lastly, our office is now accepting fall applications for 2023 Academy nominations. That deadline will be October 14th, 2022. So if you know any high school students who are ready to serve our country, they can do so online. And if you have any questions about that, please see us afterwards. And that is all I have for you. Thank you so much. We're great to be here with you all today.
It looks like you have a question, two questions. That's all right. Callie, go ahead.
Good morning, and it's really not a question, it's a thank you to all three offices. I would just say thank you so much for you guys coming out and actually taking a look at the horse issue in Gants Creek or Piance Basin. A quick update, we've gathered about 780 head of horses. So thank you guys for coming out, taking a look at it. I know not all offices were comfortable writing a letter, but just silently supporting BLM in their management efforts is greatly, greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And this is really kind of I'm Merritt Linke, former pastor of Club 20, Grand County Commissioner, Grand County, Colorado. This is really a request, and again, taking on what I said earlier, I appreciate the work that you've done with the wolves, but also please ask the Congresswoman to work both sides of the aisle, that all these groups come up and want to kick rates off federal lands. I think that's critically important, because remember how this all works. Every single carbon-based life form in this room does not have the ability to digest cellulose, which is grass. However, those autonomous wireless solar energy harvesting units do. And they are doing that today, even when I'm sitting here. And that is also a forest management tool. So please keep that in mind. Some of these groups want to kick off grazing of cattle and sheep off federal lands. It provides protein for us carbon-based life forms, and it's a forest management tool. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Clarice and Bernadette. Thank you for joining us. One more microphone rule that I forgot to mention earlier, one at a time, please. So as you noticed yesterday, when we have multiple tabletop mics turned on, they fight to connect with the system, and it's not a very pleasant sound. So please turn your mic off when you're done speaking. So with that, we'll hand it over to Nancy and Chelsea to take over the rest of this portion of today's meeting.
And anytime you can't hear us, you let us know, okay? Because even you guys over there, I think sometimes they. Okay, did you hear them? They say beep up the whole sound system.
You can only go so loud.
Okay,
Without causing me pain, yes.
okay, I'm as close as I can be. I'm Nancy Fisher, and welcome to the Public Lands. It's Public Lands Natural Resource, but we also join with water. It's so interrelated, it's very hard to separate it today, especially with the drought, especially with the Colorado River issues, especially with our dry forests, especially with wildfire. So it's a joint meeting, and I would like to introduce, I'm Nancy Fisher, and I've chaired it for years with this guy. Now I have a new co-chair, and I'd like her to introduce. No. I'd like to introduce my new co-chair, so Chelsea.
And I think I know almost everybody in the room. I'm Chelsea Mira, Executive Director of West Slope, Colorado's Oil and Gas Association, West Slope COGA. It's easier. And I'm new, and so I'm going to mess up a lot. And I doubt you'll need me to speak louder. All right, so welcome to the Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members and only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a wonderful member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated on the sides, for those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn your microphone on until the committee chairs have acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking. For those on the sides of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use. Are you going to introduce now? Okay, staff will now introduce those joining us virtually by Zoom.
Okay, joining us by Zoom, we have Anthony Kerr with CDPHE, Curtis Keach, Doug Monger, Jacqueline Buchanan with the U.S. Forest Service, Jamie Gomez, West Region Wildfire Council, Jeff Sickles, Chris Holstrom, Matt McCombs, Director of the Colorado State Forest Service, Melody Villard, Molly Pitts, Perry Bill, Tim Kylo with Montrose Forest Products.
Now we'll ask everyone in the room to introduce themselves. Do we want to start on this side and go around the table?
Arwin Jeffers.
Lewiston, Mesa County. Rachel Richards, Aspen.
Tim Redmond, Rock County.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County, and Cummings.
Jeff Mueller, that's it.
Baby Miller, Black Hills Energy, and Montrose County. Callie Hendrickson, White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts here in Rio Blanco County. So welcome everyone.
Jeff Comstock, I work for the Moffett County Commissioners, and I'm a Moffett County Board Director.
Robbie LaValle, Delta County.
Mesa County.
Bonnie Peterson, almost retired.
Tiffany Pell, Executive Director of AG&C Associated Governments.
All right, the microphone should be ready. Brad McLeod, Excel Energy, Mesa County, and your Club 20 chair. And before I pass it over to our former chair, Grant Linke, I want to first off thank everybody that's online. Brittany, that was an incredible list. It's awesome to see that many people participating, even via Zoom. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. This is a great turnout, and it's awesome to see everybody engaged and participating at this level. This is what we're going for. And along those lines, again, Dr. Jones, thank you so much for being such a gracious host and letting us be in your home. We really appreciate everything you've done. You've been a fantastic host. And Alvin, I saw you sneak in at the end. You're still going to have to do an introduction, but thank you to the folks from the town of Rangeley, and thank you to the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District for such a great reception last night. Everybody getting to share some fellowship and get to know each other and do a little more work on the side. So thank you to the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District as well. And you heard more than enough out of me already this morning. So Brad McLeod, your chair, Club 20.
I am Merritt Linke, past chair of the current chair of the Grand County Board of Commissioners, which is the Headwaters County of the Headwaters.
Greg Walsher. I just heard there was going to be a meeting about water, so.
Cindy Dozier, Executive Committee of Club 20, and on behalf of Club 20, I sit on the Colorado Forest Water Alliance, along with Nancy Fishering and Chris Trees. I also represent Club 20 on the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiatives.
Beck, former Coffee County Commissioner, membership chair for Club 20, and co-chair for the Transportation Policy Committee.
Okay, Nigel, Montrose County.
Brandon? Oh, no, not sure what's going on. Sorry, I'll do it again. Brandon Bader, Colorado Farm Bureau, work for the Farm Bureau with the Western Counties of Colorado.
John Fisher from Montrose County.
Matt Kirker, Senator Bennett's office.
Matt Schubert, Jackson County, or the Jackson County Star.
Curtis Peterson, recent Colorado transplant. Excited to be with you all, future Club 20 member.
Woo!
Ryder Scott, campaign staffer on the front bench.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Holly Velasquez Horvath. I work along Brad at Excel Energy. Diana, the better half.
Liz Chandler, the White River Water Initiative. Lisa Jones. That's NCC, Colorado Northwestern Community College. They let me hang out with y'all. Also, had the best team around. You guys did a good job. Bernadette Lay, Congresswoman Bower's office.
Curtis Navarro, District Director for Congresswoman Bower.
Morning, Chad Stewart, Forest Service.
While we're waiting, Alden, do you want to introduce yourself?
Alvin, 2 seconds, right? 1, 2. Al Vandenbrink, Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District Manager.
Ben Olson, Oak Creek, candidate for House District 20.
Mike McGarry, Montrose County.
Keith Ellis, Northwest Rural Precinct,
Grab a tabletop mic.
the Office of Economic Development and International Trade.
Derek Elder, Grand Valley Power.
Tom Kleinschnitz, Moffett. Peter Brixius, City of Craig.
Kyle Wren, Rangeley Town Council.
Lisa Dawson, BLM Southwest District.
Alejandra Major, American Petroleum Institute.
Jenny Love, Rio Blanco County Commissioner, and also on the board of AGNC. And I just want to thank Club 20 for coming to Rio Blanco County. You guys are an awesome group. And I too am going to be a future member, Ray.
And Megadol, Maybell, Colorado.
Kathy Fackler, Club 20 member from Durango, Colorado.
Sarah Carlisle, Tri-State. Thank you. Do we have any other late? All right. So lastly, before we get into the meat of the meeting, and the last time you have to hear me talk, is to thank our sponsors. So a huge thank you to our venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron and Excel Energy. Our reception sponsor from last night, Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District, and our committee sponsor, Business for Water Stewardship and M4 Ranch Group. Thank you. I think staff has a couple people to follow up with on new membership. You just should raise your hand now if you're going to join that group.
We know how to hunt them down.
So thank you. Getting into the meat of our meeting, I do have a couple of one quick change to our agenda. We did do our resolution work yesterday, but we're gonna have a brief update on the horses. We're gonna have a brief update on wildlife corridors, if you'd like to get it in there. And one more thing I'm gonna do on a EPA resolution that we have on our books. So we'll split that in under the 1020 place. With that being the case, we're ready to start. We have, unfortunately, we had a COVID case for one of our speakers and his family, so this is going to be a remote section. Can you hear me? I keep forgetting I have to be really close. So remotely, we have Jackie Buchanan. She's the Deputy Regional Forester for the entire region of the U.S. Forest Service. She's very much engaged and in charge of doing this new wildfire crisis strategy. She's been a leader par excellence, in my opinion, for our region on forestry, water, you name it. If it's natural resources, this lady gets after it for us. And she's been there 10 years, I think, with the Forest Service, 30 years with the U.S. Forest Service, just a real depth of knowledge. And she's really engages a great deal with the Western Slope, which doesn't always happen. I'll say that out of all my years, it's probably the closest relationship we've had with the regional office. Thank you. And then we have Matt McCombs. He also worked for the U.S. Forest Service. He's worked with congressional staff. He was the district ranger prior to his current job on the Gunnison Ranger District. He's been a huge leader on addressing all these very current issues that we see today. And now he's our state forester for the state of Colorado. And I consider us very lucky to have somebody that is so committed to the Western Slope, living on them. He's lived on the Western Slope. And so we're very lucky to have him in the lead right now at this particular time. So many of you might not have attended our summit. We had a Club 20 summit in March, and it was excellent. We had speakers from everywhere. We had speakers from California, Wyoming, Arizona. We wanted to know what's happening in their forest. What do we have to worry about? We wanted to raise our level of understanding. And the lead were these two groups. We had Frank Baum, which would be Jackie's boss, who was there the entire time, and Matt McCombs was there the entire time. And so we were all one great big team, and we don't want that momentum. Somebody stood in one of the last things and said, this is huge momentum. It's the best conference I've ever been to. Don't let it stop. So my goal is to keep it going in our committee. And so therefore, these two people were very generous with their time, and they're willing to help us with our next steps. So today we'll start with Jackie. And thank you both for taking your time and being with us virtually.
Well, thank you, Nancy, and thanks to all you folks that are there. I really wish I was there with you in person. I had some travel, told Nancy, let me do it virtually, but the reality is I'm testing positive for COVID. I started having symptoms last Sunday, and so I'm day 5 or 6. I tested positive Wednesday, and I tested positive a little bit ago. So even if I had planned on being in person, I would have to be remote to be with you today. The good news is I think I'm one of those folks. I really thought I just had a summer cold, a few snuffles. I've never had a temperature. My appetite's great. I can still taste everything and no loss of smell. But anyway, I thought I'd share that with you because the irony of it is that I am positive. So, but here we are. And this is the great thing that we've learned out of the last couple of years is we can engage sometimes, when we couldn't, if we had to be there in person. And so the opportunity to kind of talk through some pretty big subjects with you, I really appreciate. And I really appreciate it for Frank. He and I just talked a little bit ago. He's actually out for most of this week. So he would be here himself, except that he had time out scheduled. So what Nancy asked me to talk about, though, kind of to set the stage, of course, is the prescribed fire pause. and what does that mean? And what do we think about it going forward? And what's the impacts of it? So I'll cover that a little bit. Our hiring, we all know the situation. It's not just our agency. I think as a whole, society-wise, we're really finding it hard to hire folks and to maintain and to keep folks in their jobs. And so we're doing a lot of work around that, and we're partnering with a lot of people on that. So I'll talk a bit about where we are. And then, a great subject, and, Matt's here with me. And actually Matt has a piece of the hiring as well, but shared stewardship and all the partners that have helped us really make some major inroads into treatment on the landscape in Colorado, the folks that are involved in it, multitude of partners. So we'll talk about shared stewardship for all of Colorado and what do we think the future looks like ahead of that. And then the status of funding and dollars allocated, the bills, the IIJA, that whatever name acronym we are using for today, where are we and how are we working with that money? What do we anticipate coming? So those are kind of the four areas Nancy set the stage, I think, for me to touch on. And so that's, what I'll start out talking about. If you have any other questions, I am pretty comfortable fielding things. If you have a burning question you want to ask beyond that. And so let's kind of jump into the prescribe pause a bit. And so, this came out of kind of a multitude of things that happened that led our chief to declare a 90-day pause. And this was right at the end of May. And so we're, mid-July now. So we're I think more than halfway through that 90-day pause. Maybe about halfway through, a little bit beyond. And I get the sense that there is huge commitment to staying within that 90-day timeframe as far as trying to wrap up the review and come out of that with the ability to continue to burn, because we know we need that. And we know we have to have that tool to be able to really make the change across the landscape, as we've all recognized we all have to collectively. And so I think good things are going to come out of that. Now we know, and you guys are sitting on the western slope. So part of the work that's a part of that 90 days is even our review around our Sims fire and what happened there. And so that, we've been, very open and transparent, because you all know what's going on out there. We put a team together. We're looking at that. Frank Bem, the regional forester, it's his review. And again, what we're trying to come out of all of this work is, how do we do this better? We need to be able to burn. We know that there are some things that we're dealing with now we weren't dealing with 20, 30 years ago in regard to burning opportunities. Whether you call it climate change, climate variability, this crazy weather, right? That just, we're hot, we're dry, and then we have monsoons this year, which we haven't seemed like we've had in a while. But it's that, I'd almost call it climate uncertainty, right? What are we going to be facing? And y'all know on the ARP side, on the Front Range, we have, the major flooding as a result of the fires from 2020. And so we have to do this work, but we need to do it in a way that keeps the social license and tolerance for us burning on the landscape, allowing that to happen. And we have a responsibility to the public, to private landowners, to other landowners, to not impact their land, their property. And so that's what we're trying to figure out. I feel very positive about what outcomes we're going to get out of this. I feel even out of our review with Sims, we're going to learn things and we're going to be better off for it. And yes, there were some really negative things that happened there. But we have to go forward. We have to continue to burn. And I think the chief and all of the agency, along with our other federal agencies and state partners, are committed to figuring this out. So that's what's going on with the pause. It didn't, because of the timing, June, July, and August, it didn't impact us greatly in regard to our forward progress on the landscape work, because that's not a time we historically would be doing a lot of prescribed burning. You know, that's kind of that time period where we're usually responding to wildfires, because that's a big kind of active period for a lot of the West. And so if we can get back to implementing some of our plans going forward this fall, then I think everything that will come out of that will put us in a better place. But that's just being very recognizing of of how it could look and how it probably feels to folks. And so just ask for y'all to stay with us, help us think through this, and then help us figure it out as we go forward, to do it in as best a way as we can without impacting those lands that are outside of the areas we're treating. So that's kind of the update on the 90-day pause and what I think, and I'm pretty involved in it. So I think that's a decent look for where we're at and where we're going to go. Let's talk a little bit about our hiring. Gosh, we have been behind the curve for a while, and y'all know that. We've not been up to full capacity. In fact, there have been periods where we get one person hired and we've lost two in the middle of the process of hiring the one. And so we've seen some real lack of increasing our capacity just because of those challenges. The agency recognized that, I think, as a lot of folks have. And so they've really ramped up our opportunities in regard to some major national hiring events. I think we had 60, 70 positions we went in to fill through the Society of American Foresters. Same thing with Society of Range Management. So we're trying to parlay these events into hiring opportunities for us. Now, the struggle we have is we can hire some really good people into our agency at that junior level, right? They're coming out of college, maybe they have a year or two of experience, but they're not the senior level, hit the ground running and be able to operate independently. So we've got a little bit of even though we're making some progress in that regard, still a little bit of struggle on that now. But that's what everybody's facing. I've been working, Molly, I've been in a couple of meetings with Molly Pitts, and she's made some great presentations around, some of the work they're doing on the Western Slope, Molly, with the college there, and trying to build a program to get more people coming into like the timber industry. And I've talked about that, Molly, man, we need to make sure we're working closely with you all and trying to use that to help us. Matt McCombs, Matt and I are, it seems like either Matt and I or Frank and Matt or some combination of the three of us are presenting weekly or bi-weekly. But Matt and I'll take credit for you and I on this one, Matt, have been working on a joint effort to under the Shared Stewardship Good Neighbor Authority piece to shift some of this money to Matt, where he can maybe hire, because he can hire in a different way than I can, to help us bring on some capacity. So we're working to shift money to Matt to bring on, upwards of 10 or 11 positions, really focusing on the fire reduction work, the timber work, all the things that we've identified in Colorado, which, that covers the watershed improvement and just that full host of things that we need those folks to do. So we're working with Matt. We also are working with DNR. Dan Gibbs, I think we're trying to see if there's some way to partner with them on some fuels crews. So we're coming at it from every angle we can. But the reality is we identified a year ago that we needed to hire, 400 additional positions on top of what we already had to really get us up to capacity. And again, we've probably got maybe about a quarter of those hired. And it's because of this, we hire one and we lose one. And so we're making some gains, but we've got a ways to go. So definitely looking for any input or help we can get from folks in how we can manage this. And so then talking about moving from that into this work in the infrastructure money and the increase in outputs that folks are looking at for us to have, and that's the bills, the bipartisan infrastructure money. For the region, we ended up getting about 30, somewhere around, I think, I want to say I just added up about 38 billion for fiscal year 22. And, we have the Front Range project. So we were lucky, right? We got one of the 10 priority landscapes identified in the country. And so we got $18.1 million identified specifically for that project. And that's between the Pike and the ARP. But we got additional money, kind of a mix up to that 38 million. That's for us to do work across other high priority areas that we identify, all under that umbrella heading of reducing fire risk on the landscape. And so there's a lot of room and a lot of opportunity for places like the Western Slope, the GMUG, the White River. We've got a lot of stuff going on under RMRI down on the San Juans. And ideally, we're looking at this across the state of Colorado. How do we parlay and maximize our efforts working with all the partners? How could I not talk? And of course, big heading for even this session we're in is around water. And we are fortunate here in Colorado to have partners in the water, from the water community and in the water world that have given us opportunities that I don't know barely exist anywhere else. And so working with the state, the governor's office, DNR, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Colorado State Forestry, DFPC, and then in our other federal side with NRCS, to be able to take that and bring some money in, tie it in with the bills money, tie it in with some of our normal appropriations, and hopefully, again, be able to take that broader look and really make some major strides forward. We've been doing a lot, and we've been doing a lot because of the partnerships that we have and that we continue to strengthen, that you all continue to strengthen. I really need to say the you, because I think we're running hard on the federal side, and if we didn't have folks from different organizations, different organizations like Club 20 or the water providers that came to us and said, hey, we want to help you and let us help you think through this, and let us put some money into it. And so, Colorado is uniquely fabulous in the level that you all work together. And even though you come from different groups that you represent, sometimes a few different interests in regard to what you're really looking for, you have an amazing way of coming together in the state of Colorado, and you're elected officials. I tell you, I've worked 30 years, as Nancy said, 31, and in a variety of states across the country, a variety of regions, and I would put Colorado at the top of the list for the states I've worked in for partnership and that commitment to figure it out together. So, just nothing but high appreciation and high accolades for what we're doing together. And I think the last thing, Nancy, I've covered hiring, I've covered shared stewardship, and I've kind of covered the status of funding with bills. And I know I've got my partner in crime, Matt, there, and Matt and I can pretty much toggle side by side for who can talk the most. So it's always, does Matt go first or do I get to go first? And so I don't want to take up, all of the time, but just, that's kind of what's happening on the Forest Service side. You know, fire season, I mentioned the monsoons. You know, I talked to my fire director this morning and we're like, we're gonna take this and, you know, focus on some other things while we're having this opportunity with all the rain coming. And we've got one fire in the region right now up on northern Wyoming. So it's kind of a little different deal for us. But we're gonna take that opportunity to kind of focus on some of this other stuff that I just brought up. And again, just really a ton of thanks from the U.S. Forest Service and from our regional office in continuing to want us at the table, continuing to be at the table with us. And I think we've got some more events coming up, right, Matt? That you and I and Frank will be presenting at this summer. So I'll probably see a lot of you hopefully in person next time.
Thank you, Jackie. And I just want to reiterate some of the things she said, because it's connecting the dots for me a little bit from our summit in March. Social license is key. And so the wildfire and the big fires in New Mexico, the one we had in Montrose County, it created an issue and they're addressing it. And I was very happy to know that one of the lead people leading us through that is Mr. Lore from the regional office. So social license is part of what Club 20 can help to do. Because as soon as somebody's house burns in a fire, they want to stop all activity. In my own county, they said, no more prescribed fire. We've lived here 20 years. We don't need to do it this way. The fire dynamics are different than 20 years ago. And so somehow, even when things, I mean, you can't predict weather, we know that. It's a risky business to be in fire. But so we appreciate the amount of time and effort it's going to take to get past that. And keeping social license, that's a word that I can't emphasize enough. They don't want it when the loggers are in their backyard. It's not in my backyard. And so we need to be educating people that we're trying to protect you long term. So social license to me is so key. And we were very concerned, and we made it very clear to the Front Range. A lot of that, the money that we talk about from our congressionals went to the Front Range first. We're going, what about us? We're the headrunner counties. And this is where we connect the dots with them. And they go, I've got money for you. And we have Chad Stewart here. He's sitting over there being very quiet, but he can, in breaks or whatever, talk to Chad. He's on this forest supervisor of the Grand Mesa and Capagre Gunnison, which is one of the bigger in the middle of the western slope. Headwaters are important. And with that, I'm just going to let you take it on from there, Matt, because you know it better than I do.
Thanks, Nancy. Thanks all. Apologies for not being there in person. I had my podcast, Wilco's new album, everything ready for my cruise across US Highway 40 from Fort Collins. After I was planning on going up to Poudre Canyon to remind myself again why the work that we do is so critically important. I continue to connect with the bird scar associated with Cameron. Just again, it's just a great reminder of the challenges that we're facing and why we need to move out. So Nancy talked about social license, which I really appreciate, Club 20's embrace of these key issues around forest health, forest management, watershed health, and wildfire mitigation. Social license is critical, but another thing that organizations like yourselves can drive is a sense of urgency and to help us capture the very focused energy that exists around the work that we're ambitioning out to do together. And I hope that you caught how tight the State Forest Service is with the U.S. Forest Service, how deep our partnership and our relationship is, and that our ability to interact with each other fluidly and to ask for what we want and to tell each other what we need and to be good neighbors, to raise barns together, to step over the fence and help each other in ways that are meaningful and help us move out in a way that, again, matches the sense of urgency I think we're feeling from our communities all across Colorado. So I'm going to do kind of like a super quick overview of some things that have changed since the Water Towers the West conference to just keep you aware of where the state legislature's at, where the governor's ambitions are and how those are coming into fruition. So this is all available on our website. So you go to the Colorado State Forest Service website, you'll see there's a landing page And I think 2 down is an overview of the legislative session. But I want to just give you an update on some critical changes in policy that are helping us move out aggressively. House Bill 22-1379 infused $3 million into Colorado State Forest Service's Healthy Forest Vibrant Communities Fund to reduce wildfire fuels around high priority watersheds. We're currently working across Colorado to see where we can make really big impacts. And we're certainly, when you talk watershed and watershed health as it relates to forest management, that draws you to the headwaters, and the headwaters draws you to the western slope. And so we're working in Grand County and Lake County and in other places where in the upper arc and the headwaters of the Colorado to ensure that we can take those funds and hopefully make some big impacts, partnering with U.S. Forest Service, and of course, working with local communities that have taken leadership like the wildfire councils that are popping up and continuing to gain strength across the state. I see Jamie in the room, and West Region is a fabulous example, or he's in the Zoom here, a fabulous example of how that process can work and how communities can drive planning and facilitate action. House Bill 22-1011 is a $10 million grant program that's designed to incentivize local governments and communities to raise funding for forest management and wildfire fuels reduction projects. And it allows us the state to match those investments at the local level and to grow our impact in communities all across Colorado. That'll be open in March of 23. We're building out that program as we speak. Another one, House Bill 10007, is an outreach program that infuses $300,000 in to incentivize best management practices and in areas where we have high wildfire hazard areas that are identified in the Forest Action Plan or identified in other assessments that help us target limited funds. But really that program is just to find those willing landowners and communities and incentivize them to take action, and then use that action as an example to hopefully get their fellow communities members involved as well. There's a $5 million investment in the state nursery. Reforestation, afforestation, keeping forests as forests is one of the most basic and elemental things that we can do in forest management, is to ensure that after fires and fire rehabilitation, fire recovery, in places where we're having significant impacts from pests and pathogens, that we come back around and use our ability to grow low cost in genetically resilient seedlings in our state nursery to be available for both residents, our nonprofit partners and communities, as well as the U.S. Forest Service, and then be a source of seedlings for the Intermountain West, acknowledging that not many states have functioning seed or nurseries at the capacity we do. The 113 acres at the Foothills campus in Fort Collins, irrigated, but just the infrastructure just needs a sizable upgrade so that we can double our capacity. And this $5 million down payment moves us in the right direction. And then Senate Bill 22007 is a bill that puts roughly $800,000 towards a collaborative campaign for increasing wildfire awareness during Wildfire Awareness Month, which occurs every May. That'll be a partnership between the DFPC, the State Forest Service, as well as our friends in the U.S. Forest Service, to really increase awareness as we acknowledging that fire season is relatively year-round at this point. But in May, we have an opportunity to foot stomp with homeowners and residents across the state, their responsibility around home hardening, defensible space, and addressing issues associated with the home ignition zone, but also just at large, acknowledging or helping communities acknowledge how critically important it is that local efforts and local leaders take seriously their role as it relates to mitigating against the hazard of wildfire and taking action to ensure that the forests under their jurisdiction, the forests in their communities, are as healthy and as resilient as they can in the face of persistent drought and persistent growth in catastrophic wildfire. The last is I want to highlight is House Bill 22-1012, creates a forest carbon accounting framework. The legislature directed the State Forest Service to build a carbon accounting framework that will allow us to be very transparent and clear about the costs and the benefits associated with forest management. But it also readies us for the growing voluntary carbon market, as well as the existing carbon markets in states like California. putting us in a great position. I did some work with the Council of Western State Foresters to try to ascertain where is this occurring elsewhere in the country, and there are very few models anywhere else in the nation where a state is moving out to ensure that it's positioning itself well to, again, tell the truth around the trade-offs and benefits of forest management as it relates to carbon release and capture, but also ensuring that they're ready for the growing voluntary carbon market at both the foundation level and certainly across corporate America. I told you that was going to be rapid fire. All of that can be found on our website if you want to dig deeper, but it's really exciting to see this much investment and funding come into play as it relates to the work that we're trying to do together. Another quick highlight, in August here, we're going to release the largest fund that we've ever had for the furworm program, which is forest restoration, wildfire reduction program. $15 million. You know, just a few years ago, it was a challenge associated with the way the funding was put into place to even offer $1 million. And now, because we were tied to Tier 1 and Tier 2 severance taxes, and now with some changes that occurred in the legislative session in 21, we have a stable $8 million allocation every year. And because of some plus ups through stimulus dollars and some critical investments championed by Governor Polis and made by the legislature, we're going to have over $15 million to offer in furworm, and that is extremely exciting. And I hope your communities will, and the groups and organizations that you represent are ready to make a strong play for your fair share of those funds and put them in those places where we can make the biggest impact and where we have leverage and where we have priorities. So that's kind of just from a funding standpoint. I just, not for nothing, I heard Matt from Senator Bennett's office is in the room. Senator Bennett announced just this morning that 3.6, almost 3.5 million, I think it was 3.46 of projects were funded through congressionally designated spending requests that'll come, that just passed the appropriation bill stage, so it's not law, but it's a great indicator that we could see some additional funding coming to some of the key projects we have, in particular on the Western Slope. These were targeted at RMRI projects in La Plata County and Lake County, as well as projects brought forward by West Region and projects we have in partnership. So those would occur in Montrose Delta and Gunnison County. And then some funding was proposed to continue to advance the Wilder project, which is a project I get to develop and champion as the Gunnison District Ranger in the Taylor Canyon, to push back against a beetle epidemic that's presented in one of the last remaining unaffected stands in the state of Colorado. So that's very exciting that this amount of funding and opportunity is in front of us and allows us to move out boldly and with that sense of urgency that I discussed earlier. So in regards to that, how do you respond when that's many investments come into fruition? You've got to ramp up. And so the State Forest Service is ramping up our capacity on the back end, the administrative backbone around IT and AHR and other supports to ensure that we have the capacity available to make successful the critical investments that Jackie just mentioned earlier around this, what we're calling a shared stewardship surge staffing proposal. You know, depending on how things land, we could add anywhere from 15 to 20% capacity at the field level to ensure we're successful, not only in those RMRI areas and those critical areas that have called out in the 10-year strategy and the bipartisan infrastructure law, but in places where we have gaps all across the state. A good example would be Garfield County. A great example is the far northwest Colorado. You know, we want to be able to have impacts in Rangeley, in Meeker, and in other communities where we know wildfire risk mitigation needs to occur and where wildfire risk exists, as well as in the watershed communities where critical watersheds in Gunnison County, in Mesa County, and elsewhere converge, and we need to ensure that we're moving out aggressively. We're going to have a similar conversation with the BLM on this exact same concept, to use the state's ability to ramp up a little bit more rapidly than our friends on the federal side, to have the capacity in place to make sure these dollars hit the ground, and they hit the ground everywhere we possibly can in all corners of Colorado. Just a couple other things, and then I'll shush so we can have some conversation. Is, Wildfire Matters Review Interim Committee is meeting right now, and we're having dialogue across the board as it relates to the challenges that we're facing. But I want to call out a couple things in particular. I heard that Western Colorado Community College is in the room, and one of the conversations we're having right now is beyond the 4-year program we have at CSU for forestry, we have opportunities to model what's happening at Front Range Community College in Larimer County to grow our ability to put forth 2-year programs that are Society of American Forestry sanctioned, accredited, to build the pipeline, the workforce pipeline that we need, both on the industry side, but also on that planning and implementation side. This would support all of us, not just on the federal government that's in critical need of foresters, but the state Forest Service that's in critical need of foresters, and then communities that are stepping forward and hiring their own mitigation specialists and foresters as well. That's a very exciting conversation, and I'm hopeful that it'll continue. The Forest Health Advisory Council is taking on this issue. And I think that we're really in a great place to match the investments on implementation and planning with the capacity that we're going to need to be successful. We've got to knock it out of the park. There's $5 billion, regardless of how you feel about the politics. I acknowledge there's a lot of elected officials in the room. There's $5 billion additional dollars in the Manchin deal that was just announced. Who knows if that passes or how you feel about the rest of the policy. The key is that serious investments are coming forward on forest management and watershed health and wildfire mitigation. And we've got to be ready to receive and execute and ensure that Colorado is a winner as it relates to the funding that's coming forward. I always say I'm a naturally competitive human being and I want Colorado to win and be well positioned, acknowledging we don't just have a state role, but we have a national role, acknowledging that some of the most important rivers in this country originate in our state. Last but not least, we talked about prescribed fire. I'm sure folks are well aware of the history of the Colorado State Forest Service prescribed fire. It's a tough one, but at the same time, we're excited about the fact that the Division of Fire Prevention and Control under Director Morgan's leadership and the Fire Commission is taking on this issue is one that they're going to focus on and acknowledge and shared stewardship is about shared priority setting at the right scale and doing so across boundaries. That also means that it's about shared risk. And that we need to, as state partners and state players, be right there, hand in glove to the extent that we possibly can with our federal partners, because we know restoring fire adapted ecosystems is one of the most effective and low-cost mechanisms that we can use to get our forests in a place where they'll be resilient to persistent drought, resilient to the challenges of growing populations and higher demands on the limited resources that they provide. So just know that we see ourselves as a science-based organization that can provide thoughtful advocacy and thoughtful engagement on this topic. And my role in the Fire Commission and the partnerships that I have, and certainly that my staff have across the state, will continue to advocate that we crack the nut on the challenges associated with broad scale use of prescribed fire. And we continue to lead in Colorado using every tool available to knock it out of the park in this unique moment that we're in, both the challenges and the opportunities. That was a lot, and I'll stop there.
That was rapid fire. And it's intense and we don't have a lot of time for question and answers, but at the end of our session, we're going to have kind of a conversation. Greg Walter will be part of it. That section will allow us to dig in. If you didn't get some of that stuff, we'll talk more in a conversational mode later. But any direct questions for these guys? I'm going to start with Ray and then Cindy. And we remember to introduce ourselves before we ask our questions.
Thank you, Nancy. Ray Beck, Moffett County. Thank you for being with us this morning. We really appreciate the update. We all know that you have a huge task before you. And so throughout your conversation, Club 20 has made watershed and forest mitigation one of our priorities. But I wanted to ask a two-part question. Number one, we feel the pain when it comes to hiring people. We hear that from a business level all across the board. So you're not alone in that. We get it. But at the same time, my one question would be: have you considered contracts? That short-term funding as opposed to long-term funding benefits. That's number one. Number two is I didn't hear you mention anything in your timber plan and your mitigation plan about logging. Where are we at with that in terms of mitigating our forests and getting rid of some of that dead timber? Thanks.
Yeah, I would say absolutely. All of the above, all resources available. And I think we're looking at every opportunity we can to leverage all sectors to move us as rapidly as we can towards implementation. You know, the planning is a key component and it can be a barrier, but it's also critically important for us to have success. But that implementation side, I'm hoping, you know, that's a key focus for us, is to continue to grow industry's presence and impact in the state. We have a variety of ways to do so. But I absolutely agree that all sectors have to be, every opportunity we have to move forward and make ourselves competitive for the variety of funding that's out there, and the opportunities has to be part of every conversation.
Jackie, you mentioned that contract, the new contract that we have available to get more people into our area that can purchase, et cetera, the byproducts. I think that's innovative. It's huge. It gives us new opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we are wide open to coming at this from whatever direction we need to, and you know, we have a big part of our push or our mandate is not we don't really intend or should be filling positions just to create a bigger agency. You know, we're really trying to find the sweet spot for, you know, what are the jobs that really need to be, you know, Forest Service, and then everything else is intended to be done through contracting, you know, because we have a responsibility too to stimulate the economy, to support rural economy, to do our part, to make it not just this agency centered, but the community centered, the state centered. And so, you know, honestly, I'd be just as happy to put more money onto the contract side, and we're trying desperately to move what we can. Now, one of the changes that our agency that's happened to us in our budget realm, we now get a specific, what we call S&E amount, which is salary and expenses, that despite all my arguments for the last 6 months, I still can only use that money for Forest Service employees. And now here's the irony, or the funny, I'll just leave it at irony, of we got a lot of extra S&E money and we can't get people hired. And, you know, I've been making the case of just let me shift that money to Matt or to contracting. But, you know, they in the government, we do some things really well, and then we do some things that sometimes you're like, why did we do it that way? And so we're trying to work through how to balance that out, and how to still keep capacity growing, whatever avenue we're doing it in. But no, we have some constraints that we have to work through. But contracting is great, and that's sometimes the very quickest way we can get things done, Nance.
Is anybody on Zoom also? If anybody has any questions? Okay, Callie. I'm sorry, Cindy, then
Thanks, and Matt and Jackie, thank you so much for being with us this morning. And I just want to say thank you for emphasizing and understanding the importance of protecting our water from source to use through forest management. And as we describe the WUI, my personal belief is we need to include water source to use as part of the WUI, because it is critical for survival. And I also want to thank Chad Stewart, who's sitting in here this morning in the middle of forest planning for the GMUG, who also understands this. And I think that we need to continue as Club 20 to draw attention to the forest water connection. And I just appreciate both of you and your work in this. Thank you.
Hey, thanks. So just one quick one, right? So the Community Wildfire Defense Grant funds are about to open here in August, and it'll be open till it's another component of the bipartisan infrastructure law that's designed to help communities revise their the community wildfire protection plans, or establish them. I don't think there's any counties left in the state that don't have at least a basic one, but as you take on those processes, you know, that's a great mechanism to highlight that as critical infrastructure, as a value at risk associated with the wildland interface in your community, and make those key watersheds and key areas that you've identified through your own planning available for funding. And to that point, you know, there's a lot of things I learned from Chad under his leadership, you know, and one of them is to continue to keep hiring and build that capacity so that you're ready to hit the ground. But the other piece is to be really thoughtful about how watersheds can focus, how we can focus work in watersheds in the same way that we focus work in those wildland urban interface areas that are, you know, we traditionally think of as houses and other, you know, traditional infrastructure, but how to change our thinking and adjust our gaze to look up the drainage and see those key watershed delivery areas as critically needing of security and protection as anybody's house or home.
Thank you for saying that, Matt. And Jackie will remember on the West Fork Complex and the Papoose, when the Rio Grande Reservoir was at risk and 42 downstream counties were at risk. And we had to establish a unit within that fire to that reservoir. That didn't even go up beyond to the headwaters, but it made it a critical issue. And you're right on CWPPs being a great mechanism for highlighting this. Thank you.
First Callie and then Sue. And I have one Zoom. How many Zoom questions?
One, but it's a big one.
Okay, we'll have to. We'll have to cut it off after that, and we will have further conversation. This will not, the very next presenter is right on this point. So some of this stuff will carry over, so don't think we're over with it yet. Callie.
Well, thank you, Matt and Jackie. I really appreciate it. And I don't know who is going to be speaking for CWCD, but I'm hoping they're on the Zoom right now too. So just wanted to give you a local situation that I hope we'll be seeing more of in the very near future. We've created an integrated water initiative here in the White River. And out of that has come a real focus on forest health in order to be a big driver for our water quality and quantity, because that really is our only storage in this valley, is the forest. So we have met with Curtis and Jamie and FFF as well, and Cammie, and everybody has said the same thing that you are saying is no staff. While the White River is a big driver, the White River drainage is not where the population is. So we're not getting much attention. But this group is really pushing and driving forward, and we intend to hire someone that would be a coordinator for this very specific thing in the White River Basin here. So hopefully you will be seeing and hearing much more about that and requests for assistance for, to help us fund that position as well. So again, the whole partnership piece, I think we're driving in that direction. So thank you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, this is Sue Hanson, Montrose County Commissioner. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate the information. Consider this the poke and bear statement question. You know, with all the instability of the forest and everything we're talking about with drought and forest conditions and watershed, and we have a number of counties that are just embarking on their CWPPs, which are not completed yet, and won't be probably for a year. You know, Montrose County just sent a letter to Senator Bennett's office requesting a pause in all these special use designations, because it seems to me that we have on one hand talking about the instability of the conditions, and on the other hand, we keep layering restrictions on being able to freely manage those areas. So not really looking for a response, just wanted to throw that out there, is that I think it's kind of ironic that we have the worst conditions ever, and we have fire professionals telling us that the fires are not behaving as they ever have been before, and whatever you think you know today, you don't know tomorrow. And yet we have these increased, I mean, look at all the proposals for to get to potential bill is coming down. I mean, huge numbers of acres on the western slope that affect us greatly.
Yeah, hear you and understand. I was talking away, but you couldn't hear me, could you? just said, understand, where y'all are coming from. And, again, that's why it's going to take all of us thinking through it of, what are the right options? What's the right levels? How do we think about all that individually? And I say individually at the individual piece of what you're looking at, and then at that bigger picture. So hear you loud and clear.
Zoom call.
Jamie Gomez with West Region Wildfire Council has a question for Jackie. In terms of capacity, one issue that I witnessed is that the primary workforce of foresters, fuel specialists, burn bosses, and others that possess the technical knowledge to plan and implement important forest restoration and management projects on any given forest. These subject matter experts typically get pulled away for large chunks of time to fight wildfires across the nation. For those individuals, there is a considerable financial incentive to roll out on these wildfires. While we must prioritize wildfire response and suppression, we must also prioritize active forest management. Is there discussion within the USDA Forest Service about strategies for keeping and incentivizing foresters, fuel specialists, qualified bird bosses, and other subject matter experts on their home forests to focus on the important work that is needed in a year-round fashion?
So great question. And I actually have a whole section of information, but I had so much information. I was trying to par out what to say and what not, but great question. A whole lot of things are happening right now in that firefighting world in regard to recognizing pay. And when we, I was talking a lot about the forestry side of things, but I cover the fire side of things too. That's the other half of actually it's about 3/4 of my job some days. And so between the identifying the firefighter series, which, in 50 years, we haven't gotten there, and now we are, and being able to recognize how to compensate and to maintain that workforce, that you're right, they do everything, right? They burn one day on prescribed fires, and then they roll out on a fire response, if that's what the need is. And so we're really, we're making more headway and putting more work into that whole situation than we have when I speak to 50 years, I got 30 years in. And so I've been around for a while. And so I think we are on the brink of really turning the corner on getting to a different place, maintaining and recognizing the importance of having qualified people to do that prescribed burning and to be able to respond to fires. And sometimes they'll be the same, and maybe some of them need to be two separate groups. And so we're deep into that. I was on 2 calls this week around the work Centered for Firefighter Pay and Centered for Development, and just that whole recognition, even in the prescribed burn pause, that part of that's a discussion about qualifications and how to recognize the criticalness of having qualified people to be able to do that work. And so we don't have a permanent fix. And I'll say that, on the money side, we have some funding that came out of all of the infrastructure bill side that's giving us a chance to kind of get our folks into maybe what I would call a stabilized place right now. We're going to move forward with this firefighter series, but they've got to figure this out, for going into the future beyond the next year or two, which is what we currently probably have some help for. But I think the firefighter series and the designations between those is a huge step forward.
Well, we've run out of time for this session. You were going to say something.
I was going to say,
I will never cut off Matt.
I just really quick. So Jamie, to that point, this is one of these things where in shared stewardship, as we ramp up State Forest Service capacity in partnership with our friends on the federal side, that's some of that continuity, that consistency that you're looking for. I hear you loud and clear. And I think that's as we continue to build out our shared approach shared stewardship approach to this work that's hopefully going to provide you that consistency and that year-round focus on implementation, planning and implementation that I know you believe is and that we share believe is critical.
So both of you, thank you for your time, because what's hard for PNLR and Water is it's so crisis driven right now. And we can't even cover all the issues. And I know one of the things that they said on the Bill Act, so many of the bills that got passed in the money is do it now. And yet the US government isn't designed to do anything now. I mean, it's just getting the money to our state. They say they're going to appropriate it and they don't appropriate it. It takes months to figure out how to do it. And that's not our fault. But at the end of the day, they're going to say, we gave you money in 2022, what'd you get done? And it is a huge challenge. So our commitment to you guys is to be your help, to work on social license, to make sure in our western counties that Cali's information is shared with Montrose County, which was shared with Gunnison. And we're going to, at the end of this day, I'm going to ask for a committee of my committee to follow it on a more regular basis, because we can't talk about it twice a year and think we're helping. So I'm going to ask volunteers to help, and we'll stay more apprised. And we do have an expert in the room, Chad Stewart. When we have our conversation with Greg Walter, he'll be in the room. He can help share information. If you can join us there, that's great. Jamie Gomez, thank you for being here. We had never had the West Wildfire Council until we had a summit. And they go, I learned so much coming to your conference. And so we need room for Jamie Gomez to get to work on the ground, not just go to meetings. He doesn't have time to just go to meetings. But if we can help him, I think he'd want to be involved with our committee. So thank you for this section. I really do appreciate it. And if you can watch the next one, it's really powerful to me. It was given to us at the Gunnison. So thank you. Let's give him a round of applause before I move on.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thanks all for inviting us. We deeply appreciate your support, your commitment, and your fluency with these issues. It's incredibly valuable. So thank you so much.
And we'll be back on stage again at Water Congress, I think. So please come see our next round of conversation.
I'll be there. So thanks to both of those people. And the next issue, we've talked legislation, we've talked money that's going to the ground, all because of Merritt County and all their fires. We're trying to help you out, Merritt. But the next one we had at our Gunnison River Basin Roundtable, and it was a result of a bill in 2021 as a reaction for the fire year in 2020. And I think it was Senate Bill 21-240 said, we want you to do a fire risk assessment for the whole state of Colorado. And the burden was given to Colorado Water Conservation Board. Right now, the gentleman that's rolling it out is meeting in Craig today, not Craig, Cortez, giving this presentation. So Jeff Sickles is the engineer that worked with Colorado Water Conservation Board to do that statewide assessment. And to me, we kept talking during the summit. We identified all the issues and how important it was and how critical it is and how fire's changing. And we're going, what next? And what I always tell people, you guys, is the Western slopes behind the Front Range. Sorry, they had the first fires. They already know they've flood. They flood 1, 2, 500-year floods, 3. They understand how serious it is to have a fire followed by floods. They lost more lives this year. So this is an important next step, because one of the things I say, the Western slope, we're the before fire stage. So how do you help us? And this is a help for us. So Jeff Sickles, I'm going to introduce you now. He is an engineer. He works on stabilization of rivers and drainages, and he has a great depth of understanding what water does to our landscape. And he's the engineer that helped them put this template together.
So Jeff, I've never met you. If you would like to add more to your interface with Colorado Water Conservation Board, please do. We welcome Jeff Sickles.
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
And you can see my wildfire ready watershed screen, I hope.
Yes, everything's, you're loud.
Excellent.
Yes, we can.
That's a good start already. So I'm Jeff Sickles. I am a principal at Ingenuity Engineering Solutions. I am also the lead for the CWCB State Technical Assistance Team. We support Chris Sturm's watershed recovery program and restoration program. And we are also currently supporting post-fire wildfire support, post-fire hazard support. And so what I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about today, it gets at a little bit of what Matt was talking about, is thinking about looking upstream at the hazards that kind of come down at us after a fire occurs. So this whole presentation is going to be focused on that. What happens after a fire occurs and what is the susceptibility related to that? There we go. So the Wildfire Ready Watersheds Initiative was born out of Senate Bill 21-240 that was passed to both support post-fire recovery from the 2020 wildfires. You guys all know what a bad fire season that was. And the follow-up thought to that was, we need to start thinking about getting ahead of these fires and thinking about where they would occur and what assets, what built infrastructure are susceptible to the hazards that occur after the fire. So the mission of the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program is that CWCB will assess the susceptibility of Colorado's water resources, the communities, and the critical infrastructure to post-wildfire impacts, and as well as advancing a framework for communities to plan and implement mitigation strategies to minimize these impacts before wildfires occur. So what you kind of heard in that is there's two parts to this Wildfire Ready watershed effort. One is a statewide susceptibility, where we're kind of looking on a broad scale about which watersheds at, say, the HUC 12 level might have more susceptibility to post-fire hazards. And the second part of that is we're developing a detailed framework that watershed stakeholders can use as a model for them to go deeper. So if you think about the statewide level, it's being pretty high. The framework is to really get into the specifics of what the hazards are post-fire and what assets are at risk. So when we're talking about post-fire impacts, we obviously have the immediate impacts of the fire itself, burning the forest, burning structures, and the fire, trying to put the fire out. So with the post-fire impacts, what we're starting to look at is the threats to life and infrastructure from flooding, from debris flows, water quality, and how all of those pose a threat to water resources, infrastructure, and life and property. So the idea behind this actually evolved. I had been working down on the Spring Creek fire down in Huerfano County with NRCS, developed a great relationship with those guys on the 2013 post-flood recovery. And Todd Bolts and I have spent a lot of time talking about how communities were having to ramp up and react after a fire to figure out where their risk was. And so we had come up with this concept of being able to identify what the values at risk were, what those post-fire hazards are, and identifying where those two intersected. So what we're looking at, here is considering these values at risk, like water infrastructure and public infrastructure and property and life safety, and the post-fire hazards that typically come, that you're all very familiar with. So floods after fire, fluvial hazards, and channel migration and erosion, where those channels are going to move, mud and debris flows like we saw on Cameron Peak last year at Black Hollow, obviously water quality impairments and how that affects municipal water supply and storage, and hill slope erosion, so all that erosion that's coming down. So at the statewide level, we're really looking at a relative risk by watershed. And then as communities implement this framework, they're going to really get into the direct intersects. So this figure is kind of wildfire ready watersheds in one diagram, thinking about values at risk and hazards. Just to kind of give you a little bit more specifics as we're thinking about an impacted burned watershed, looking at reservoirs and dams, municipal water intakes, water infrastructure like diversions in the system, the transportation network itself. We've seen obviously a lot of roadway crossings knocked out with these post-fire flood events, and then life and property and the threat to that. On the hazard side, like I mentioned, getting to that hill slope erosion, all that sediment that's going to come down because there's no longer any ground cover, the debris and mud flows that activate because of the additional water that's running off because of the moisture in the soils, and because there's not anything really rooting that soil in. The water quality degradation that's coming down, really kind of associated mostly with municipal intakes, but also storages. And the riverine and erosion, sediment and sedimentation, and then flooding. And then flooding kind of tends to be the most obvious, but there's a lot of impacts here that I know all of you are worried about and have seen. So we're trying to kind of get at all of those. So again, kind of looking at two different high level assets here: water infrastructure, so built water infrastructure, source water, as well as habitat and conservation areas, and then life and property, getting specific into buildings, critical facilities, and transportation infrastructure. So when we look at these value at risk data sets that we're working with, what you'll kind of see on some of these maps I'm going to show you, what they relate to is the presence of assets within, say, a HUC 12. These are assets that we've identified that are susceptible to post-fire hazards. You know, many of these watersheds are not at risk for wildfires. So when you kind of look at these asset maps, you might scratch your head a little bit. You'll see like some things in eastern Colorado. So those asset maps are really just the presence of assets that could be at risk. And then those are then intersected with the hazards themselves. So whether a fire can occur and what those post-fire hazards are. And that really focuses us in on where those watersheds at risk really are. Take a brief moment. These are slides that Chris developed. He was kind of looking back at fire footprints. You know, when you look at this 1890 to 2020, you know, and then you go 2002 to 2020, you know, that it doesn't look much different. There is, you know, a lot's been happening in the last 2 decades. And not only has a lot been happening in the last 2 decades, but the worst of what's been happening has been happening in the last 2 decades. So we're getting more frequent fires. And, you know, in the last decade, we've seen the 10 biggest historic fires in Colorado. So we know things are getting bigger. We know they're getting worse. We know they're getting more severe. And the associated impacts with that is going to be worse for water infrastructure and for life and property. So we're starting this effort, really building on the past efforts. Colorado Forest Action Plan from the State Forest Service was put together, and we basically started from that and tried to build and make it better. The CWCB effort really seeks to learn from that and build on it. I think the most significant feedback that we had heard about the CSFS plan was that it didn't completely reflect all the built water assets at risk. So we wanted to make sure that we had an enhanced assets layer that really addressed that. And additionally, that study didn't really necessarily look at in detail at the post-fire hazards. And so what you'll see a little bit of today and what we're doing with wildfire ready watersheds is starting to look on a state scale at what those post-fire hazards are so we can intersect those with the values of risk. So I'll take a moment just to kind of give you an overview of some of these asset maps that we're developing. First one, probably on a lot of people's minds, is storage reservoirs. So identifying where those reservoirs are and in what hucks. And, we're trying with these to start to think about, water bodies that would be affected by sedimentation and by debris flow, water quality degradation, and increased runoff. So this is just an example of that, starting to count up the number of reservoirs by huck, and then identifying, which one, by size as well, how big those facilities are, and working with the roundtable groups and understanding what are those high priority watershed or water bodies and storage facilities that need to be protected. When we're looking at reservoirs, we're still kind of developing this concept, but we're looking upstream again at the watersheds as values at risk themselves. So those adjacent watersheds that drain down into the reservoir, what is their fire risk and what are the post-fire hazards that we're going to see there? So we've got this asset, which is the number of reservoirs and points within a given huck. And then we're looking at at upstream, and we're kind of looking at it in different pieces. We're looking at the huck, the watershed that it's in. We're looking at the next watershed upstream. So we start to think about how far can these things like sedimentation occur upstream to affect these reservoirs. And then we're looking even at a broader scale, like at the whole watershed. And you can imagine that with some of these reservoirs, those watersheds get huge. So we aren't necessarily saying, okay, something 50 to 100 miles upstream is going to affect these reservoirs from post-fire impacts, but we're at least looking at that and trying to understand where and how close to those reservoirs we need to be concerned. On the municipal intakes level, looking at which upstream watersheds are draining to each and feeding each municipal intake, and trying to get a sense of how important these watersheds are. Again, kind of watersheds as an asset. And so when you look at this map, you can see kind of in the middle of that red area, there's 71 to 88 municipal intakes that are counting on those watersheds. So we know that those are high priority watersheds to look at in the susceptibility study. Additionally, taking a look from the NHD built flow lines where we have ditch diversions, and evaluating, where we think we have high use of water coming through the system, as well as, the water decrees and the diversions, and understanding what those look like. And so, like I said, you kind of see this is the presence of assets. So you see a bunch of things maybe on the Eastern Plains, and that makes sense. But that's just looked at, that's not currently looked at through the lens of hazards on top of that. And then finally, we've got aquatic species and habitat, working with CPW to identify these areas that are most valuable and that might be at risk following a fire. So moving into hazards again, we talked about these. These are analyses that we're doing at the state level, again, at that broad scale, looking at increased runoff and what the hydrologic change is following a fire, looking at hill slope erosion and kind of the change in sediment delivery at the watershed level, the mud and debris flow. CGS has already done a good chunk of work here in the state, but we don't have a good statewide probability model. So one of our sub-consultants, Right Water Engineers, has been working on that, and we now have a statewide mud and debris flow probability layer that we're able to look at as part of wildfire ready watersheds. Obviously post-fire flooding and what that impacts, and then fluvial hazards and where that erosion may exist. Fluvial hazards aren't just a post-fire hazard, but they get worse. Same with flooding, both get worse following a fire. So what we're looking at is that risk and susceptibility. So the probability that that hazard is going to occur intersected with the consequence with the value at risk. So we need to understand where those hazards exist and where they pose threats to values. So giving you a little bit of a taste of what we've been developing as far as the hazard side. These maps, for instance, this one is hydrologic change following a fire. And this has been intersected with burn severity, burn probability map so that we could identify areas that have the most susceptibility or change due to post fire. So you can start to get a sense of around the state when a watershed burns, which ones might have the greatest change in hydrology and which leads to flooding. This is a map showing the change in estimated sedimentation from those watersheds. So you again start to get a sense of the areas around the state where if a fire occurs, you're going to see significant changes in sediment delivery. And this is what I mentioned before, which is our new statewide probability map for mud and debris flow. And so you kind of get that sense of the Front Range and how much risk there is there. And then all around the state, taking a look at where fires occur, we might be looking at severe mud and debris flows. And just as an example, one of kind of what we're doing with these intersects, we've got a statewide flooding layer, and we're doing this. Sometimes we get a little bit more specific depending on how detailed the data is. So in this case, we've got a detailed floodplain that we're able to run against the structure footprints for the whole state. And so we can identify the number of structures in any given watershed that might be susceptible to post-fire floods. And then we can rank those watersheds against one another. So that was really what we're working on the statewide susceptibility study. The second part of what we're putting together is the framework for future studies for watershed stakeholders. And this is a program, Chris has the stream management plan program. This is a similar program. Wildfire Ready Watersheds will be another planning tool that can be used to take a look at post-fire susceptibility and mitigation for both prior to a fire occurring and after a fire occurs. So really, this is a comprehensive guide for watershed advocacy groups that can be followed to produce that local level post-fire susceptibility evaluation. So hashtagged it Wildfire Action Plan 101. Part of what you'll see, we've developed a template scope of work for the Wildfire Ready Watershed Framework. So this will be available to communities and stakeholders to take a look at. And when they develop grant applications for Chris, they'll be able to use this as a starting point. And this really frames out everything that we want to do as part of a framework study and gets into the nuts and bolts of that, so that it's kind of, there's known goals and objectives and we get consistent plans back. Doesn't mean that you can't expand on this or maybe some parts that aren't relevant, but it gives you a great starting point. So talking a little bit about what that looks like, the multiple tasks that are in there. The first one is really comes down to capacity building, setting a vision, and establishing goals and objectives. We understand that every community is different and has different concerns. So this is that opportunity to really identify stakeholders, develop an overall vision for the Wildfire Ready Watershed Framework study that you're going to do, and establish those goals and objectives. Clearly, stakeholder collaboration, community outreach, and public meetings is critical to the success of these type of planning studies and implementations. So establishing that regular communication with stakeholders, the community outreach, which are going to be, you'll see in a second, we're providing some fact sheets for that to provide reach out to the community and residents in the watersheds, running workshops to take a look at project prioritization and mitigation funding, and study information so that the community understands what's going on. Getting into the nuts and bolts, it all comes down to data collection and kind of understanding what data you have for all of your values at risk, as well as any hazard information you have, previous studies that have been completed. We want this thing to be as comprehensive as possible, as well as understanding where you have data gaps. What information do you not have? Which infrastructure data is unavailable and maybe needs to be developed so that you can have a better watershed study. The hazard analysis at the framework level, we expect this to go a lot deeper than what we're doing, so it'll be very specific, but looking at that hydrologic response and specifically developing pre and post fire floodplains, developing fluvial hazard zones and debris flow probability at a much smaller scale than what we're looking at, and getting into that hill slope and gully erosion and water quality issues. So it really gets at a real specific level that can be intersected with those values at risk. And that gets to the susceptibility analysis, where we look at the identification of those values at risk using that hazard overlay, and determining the consequences of what those post-fire hazards are. Things like, does your community have redundant water supply if your intake goes down and you can't use it because the water quality is so degraded? Or do you have a different storage facility to pull water from? So those are the types of things we really want to see communities get into on the framework level. And then finally developing that prioritization based on the severity of the consequences and where you have post-fire impacts. And so what comes out of this, what we're envisioning, really isn't just one plan, but two plans. The first one is the pre-disaster preparedness plan. So these are mitigation projects we can do before a fire. So maybe an example might be we could go upstream in a watershed that's got high susceptibility and do a floodplain reconnection project that slows down water, that stores sediment, and helps with that downstream flooding and sedimentation of storage facilities. So those are the types of things that we kind of include in a pre-disaster preparedness plan, things that can be done ahead of time that might be protecting certain infrastructure. And all of this is kind of, okay, we think a fire could occur. So how do we protect ourselves from those post-fire hazards and the susceptibility that we've had?
Jeff?
Yeah.
We're running out of time.
Oh, okay, I'm almost done.
Okay, I just want to say how key this is from what we've already heard from Callie. Paula Stepp, who gave a presentation at our what happened in Glenwood Springs, exactly all of this information. AGMC covered this, but you know what? You're not going to really need it until you have a fire in your county. So everything that you're telling, steps 1 through 6, I'm just trying to connect some dots here for us, Jeff. Yeah. And give us a couple minutes so they can ask questions if they need to.
Sure. I'll just wrap this up, but the post-disaster preparedness gets at what I was talking about, us talking to NRCS and communities having to ramp up. NRCS doesn't have much time to develop their damage survey reports, and having this information, maybe even when the fire is occurring, will allow recovery to happen at a much faster rate. So we'll get mulching and start protecting things quicker down the line. Like I mentioned, we're developing these fact sheets. These will be supportive of the communities, things you'll be able to hand out to stakeholders and review yourselves, kind of understanding, all these post-fire hazards, GIS preparedness, and those types of things. And all of that will be available on the Wildfire Ready Watersheds website, which is up and running currently. And you can access that at wildfirereadywatersheds.com. And we'll be, of course, updating that and improving it and adding information as we complete the study. So that was it for me.
Jeff, that was great, because I want you guys to know this is hot off the press. I mean, it literally just got uploaded this week. And I wasn't even sure they'd be able to give us this presentation. And it's only because Jeff was willing to be able to come to do it, because it wasn't ready for a person like me to just show it to you. So Jeff, I appreciate them asking you to join us. You were great. I heard Chris give it, and I heard you give it. And it really is a tool. And some of the problems we used to have with the Forest Atlas, you looked in the middle of Western Colorado and it looked like we didn't have a threat to worry about, because the fire behavior has changed. And this takes us to another generation and gets, I mean, maybe everybody here doesn't worry about the ditches, but the Ag Committee does, Al does down there. And almost all of us now have hydro on it. Almost every hydro that was affected from Grizzly Creek had to be replaced. And I don't know about Al's budget, but the budget
Uncompahgre is not deep enough to replace every hydro if you had a big fire. So very important information, very current information. So does anybody have any techie questions? But we'll continue to have CWCBs now at the table with us. They have so much on their table, it's crazy. Now, is that a Zoom question? We're going to do a Zoom question, and then we don't have a lot of time for questions because we can converse afterwards. But if it's a question directly to Jeff, we'll do that now. Otherwise, we'll talk about it in the next session. So, Zoom question.
Jamie, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Jeff. I'm Jamie Gomez. I'm with the West Region Wildfire Council. I guess my question is related to kind of one of the very last things you spoke about, which was that pre-disaster mitigation plan. And you mentioned about, floodplain reconnection as kind of maybe one strategy for restoration, or however you want to call it, mitigation. I'm curious, do you guys have an example of a completed pre-disaster mitigation plan that's come out of this? I know this is brand new, so maybe not. And then I guess outside of, say, floodplain reconnection, are you guys looking at other practices and other types of, I don't know, upland forest management activities, those kinds of things, in terms of, how to get your watershed more ready for wildfire ahead of the fire?
Sure. We don't have any plans or current plans or examples put together following this framework. One of the things that we're planning to do, I think that will probably get started late fall, early next year, is to do a couple of pilot studies with this technical assistance team that's putting the framework together. So finding a couple of communities that we're going to work with and developing some examples, running through those detailed hazard analyses so that those could be examples for other communities. Regarding those mitigation efforts, that was one example, floodplain reconnection. Honestly, it could go more specific, where you could just say, I've got a structure at risk here and I need to install some type of erosion protection. It might look at municipal water supply and where your intakes are, thinking about redundancy and developing those systems. So it's pretty wide open as to what communities kind of can develop and look at. We're going to provide some examples as part of the framework and part of those fact sheets so that communities can get some thoughts, but really it's going to come down to what they think their susceptibility is and what they might be able to do to protect themselves. And then I guess as far as the kind of forest management piece, that's not really like in the realm of this technical team's expertise. So we're not tackling that because we know so many other people are on that. And this really, we're just trying to focus on that post-fire, but you can see pretty quickly how that would be complementary as you look at these watersheds that are highly susceptible. Those are probably watersheds where you're going to want to do some forest management and see what you can do to mitigate the severity of fires.
I'll just throw in real quick, Jeff, thanks for the answer. If you guys are looking for pilots, I know everyone on this call would like to see a pilot or two on the western slope of Colorado. So I encourage you to look at that. And if you're looking for something specific, I know West Region Wildfire Council would be definitely interested in partnering with you guys on identifying a pilot in this neck of the woods.
Any last questions in the room?
Rachel Richards, Aspen County area. Thank you so much for the presentation, and it's great to know that the state is doing this work through your company, through CWCB. What I'm wondering is perhaps either on your website or if there are any pots of funds, pots of monies for communities to use to actually develop these pre-fire mitigation plans and to work on their post-fire mitigation plans so that they can really utilize this data in a meaningful way. And what I'm thinking is perhaps if there are such pods, you could put links to those on your website with the information to tell people, where to take it from here and how to really begin using it in the community fashion. Thank you.
I think the CWPP money
is one of those areas where you can piggyback onto that. And there's already pots for that.
Just thinking how to make it easy for people to follow the trail to the money.
I understand. And that's one of the, I'm going to answer that. I'm sorry, Jeff, real quick, because we had this conversation at the Gunnison River Basin Roundtable. And we said we need a pre-wildfire playbook. There's a post-fire wildfire playbook. To me, this is the core part of it. And now we need to add, and Chris said he didn't go that far yet. And so that's what I think we would then try to work with them to develop that. These are the people you need to call. Here you are at NRCS. These are the steps. That's what's in the post-wildfire playbook. So we're going to build on this. And Club 20 will be focusing on that. That's why I keep saying I'm going to need a committee to continue to work as these guys continue to work. The other thing Chris Sturm said, some of this is why I want to answer it, Jeff. He said the tech team would be available for the whole year and they intend to fine tune this. This is a work in progress at this point in time. So if we did one of those whole templates and found out we missed something, he made it sound like they had the money to help refine this tool as we go. So sorry, Jeff.
No, you're totally fine. Yeah, Chris has stuck with us for 5 years. I guess we're coming up on year 2, so we'll be around for another 3 years as this program gets kicked off.
Okay, thanks.
And
We'll sneak in one last question because Matt.
Well, this was just Matt Kirker, Senator Bennett's office. Matt McCombs mentioned this. This is what I started with just this week. $1 billion, 200 million over 5 years for this community wildfire defense grant program. That's the exact sort of money that can be used for planning and resilience efforts. And that's, well, I'm sure you can find the link on the USDA website.
Thank you very much for stepping in. I know you didn't know you were going to be a pinch hitter on making presentations on the template, but I really appreciate your time. Let's give Jeff a round. Thank you very much. So our last person on our agenda, and we are going to do a little thing on the horses, etc. But I'm behind, as you can tell. What I'd like to do is start out right away with Greg Walter. And Greg, I'm going to let you do some of your own bio, but I know enough about you. Do you some damage. He is a former director of Club 20. I worked with him way back in those days. I don't remember how, 10 years, and I don't remember when they started and ended. I worked with him when he was a former director of the Department of Natural Resources. I read all his little editorials and his blogs. Relative to yesterday, one of his recent either articles or blogs was draining the bathtub, which he was referring to Lake Powell's in Meade. He cuts to the chase on some of this stuff, and he's been in the hot seat on some of this stuff. So I thought, who better to just sit down and have question and answers and just discuss this than to sit down and invite Greg Walter back. So Greg, have at it. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for asking me. Let me, I don't know if we have time for this conversation, Nancy, if you're really going to adjourn at 11:15. But we'll get into it and you can let it go as long as your conscience will allow. I want to start by saying I brought, there were a bunch of these books. I think there's still a handful on the back table that we published about a year ago, called Where Life is Written in Water, Why Water Issues Unite, Divide, and Matter So Much in Colorado. It's essentially a primer on Colorado water and how it works and what some of the major issues are and the right response to them. And there's still a few left back there. It's not specific to the main issue that we're to talk about here today, but more broadly about water. So again, thanks for giving me a chance to be here, Diana, and I haven't been in Rangeley for several years, so we appreciate the opportunity to do that again. And it's great to see so many friends around the room. There are several folks who have been involved in Club 20 long enough they can remember when I used to work here. And so, Nancy, thank you for that. I was with Club 20 from 1989 to 99. And some things haven't changed very much since then. I had blacker hair in those days and was probably 50 pounds lighter. But some of the issues are remarkably the same. The because some things just don't change and some issues never resolve. We used to have kind of a unwritten motto at Club 20 that said there were two kinds of battles, the ones that won and the ones that aren't over yet. And water issues are sort of, I guess you'd say, in the latter category. We have been working on issues involving the protection of Western Colorado water since before I was born, of course, so this is nothing especially new. And so it makes it more difficult probably than it's been in the past to explain to people and to convince them that there is actually something new now, that there really is. This is the sort of the ongoing crisis Club 20 always faces, right? To try and convince people there really is a new crisis, there really is something new. We really are going to lose if we don't fight again. It's sort of an over and over again process that you go through that is always a challenge for Club 20, for HMC, for everyone in Western Colorado. But on the Colorado River, which remember is the only major river in the entire southwestern United States, it supplies water to, I don't know, 30 million people in 7 states. The Colorado River is in a crisis like it has not been in during most of our lifetimes. The spring runoff this year into Lake Powell is projected to be roughly 55% of its average. Lake Mead is at 28% of its capacity right now, and Lake Powell 27% of its capacity. The entire Colorado River storage system, including all of the reservoirs on the entire 7-state basin, are at 35% of capacity today. This time last year, that number was 42%. So just so you know, the problem is getting way worse and very quickly.
It might be easier to hold it as well.
I was never gifted with a great loud projecting voice, so I will do my best. I apologize. The actions that were taken as part of the drought response operations plan in the last year basically added or will add 1 million acre-feet to Lake Powell, which raises its elevation maybe 16 feet. It's down more than 100 feet now. But the Bureau of Reclamation still says that isn't enough. And so what triggers the crisis now is this demand from the Bureau of Reclamation, a new edict, that demands 2 to 4 million acre-feet of additional water be given up by the 7 states in the Colorado River. And if they don't find a way to do that within 60 days, half of which is gone already, so by the end of August, if the states haven't come up with a plan that is acceptable to the Bureau of Reclamation, showing how they're collectively going to reduce their use of the river by 2 to 4 million acre-feet. That's as much as Colorado's entire entitlement, as you know. Then the Bureau says that it will essentially abolish the interstate compact, literally to start administering the Colorado River as its one basin, not lower basin and upper basin, and manage the dams according to whatever they choose to do. This is a difficult problem for the upper basin because it is an authority that the Bureau of Reclamation does not have under the law. And I'll explain that in just a second, but to be very clear about it, in the series of Supreme Court decrees that resulted from the Arizona and California cases, the Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner, actually the Secretary of the Interior, is the official legal water master for the lower basin, but not for the upper basin. The reason for that is it goes way back in the 1920s, but it has to do with the fact that the lower basin couldn't get their act together, did not agree on how to distribute the waters among those 3 states. And so Congress had to pass the Boulder Canyon Project Act in the late 20s. And the Supreme Court in the Arizona v. California cases had to decree that the Interior Secretary is the water master for the lower basin. That gives her the power to decide who gets how much water out of the lower basin. The Interior Department has always done that in compliance with the numbers in the interstate compact, but they don't actually have to. They can decide who gets how much water under what circumstances and with what conditions in the lower basin. There is no such authority in the upper basin because the upper basin did get its act together and made the upper basin compact on how to distribute the waters among the 4 states in the upper basin. And the courts have never given the Interior Department the authority to act as water master for the upper basin. So when the Bureau of Reclamation said, we're going to administer the river as one basin. There's no lower and upper anymore. And we are going to decide who gets how much water under what circumstances. Colorado's immediate response ought to be, you have no such authority. And the Upper Colorado River Commission, in consultation with Colorado and the other 3 states, has sort of said that. Their letter is a little subtle and diplomatic, probably more so than I might be, but I don't have a long-term reputation for diplomacy anyway. But what Colorado and the Upper Basin has not done so far is say, okay, we'll reduce our share, which they simply cannot do, and cannot do in compliance with an edict that has no basis in law.
Greg?
Yeah.
You did hear what you just said. It wasn't known for diplomacy sometimes. But I want people, because I want this to be interactive. So as he talks about this, he's making some points that you can't, the politicians can't say that. I mean, Becky Mitchell can't say some of this stuff. So that's why I want to get down and dirty. And if you have questions here, Greg, would you allow people to interact with you as we do this?
Yeah, this is intended to be more of a conversation, and I don't mean to be just lecturing or filibustering, but I just kind of wanted to set the table and lay the groundwork for this conversation, because Colorado water users are being asked to give up water in a way that, first, there's no legal authority to ask, and secondly, they've already done. And that second point really needs to be understood. The emergency releases of the last year, 160,000 acre feet, where the Bureau just simply decided to take it out of Blue Mesa Reservoir. And in the last 2 years, the Upper Basin has contributed 661,000 acre feet of water to maintain the power pool in Lake Powell. And it's really important to understand those are unilateral decisions made by the Bureau of Reclamation. And when the Upper Basin said to, in response to this decree, first said to them, wait, we've already done that. We've given till it hurts. And the Bureau's response to that was, that doesn't count. We made that decision unilaterally, so it doesn't count as conservation. In other words, they want more. So you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, Mandy Miller, Montrose County. I have a question for you. In our county, the water belongs to the land, but there's a concern that the federal government will try and sue and bankrupt the Uncompahgre Water Association, which holds the water and distributes the water to the users. Is there any truth that the federal government could bankrupt nonprofit water users and take the water rights from us?
The bankruptcy part of that, I'm not an expert on. Whether or not they can take the water, I think you just sort of have to look at what's going on. If they can just unilaterally decide to take 160,000 acre feet out of Blue Mesa Reservoir without notifying anyone ahead of time. I think it's unclear the extent to which the legal authority will go if nobody challenges it. And that is the big piece of the question. Listen, let me just give you 1 or 2 more quick numbers so that you understand the distinction between upper and lower basin. It's not just legal. It's also a huge distinction in who uses how much water. Because the Interstate Compact divided the river in half. Okay, half of the flow is from the upper basin and half from the lower basin. Now they can tell us all day long that was based on an amount of water that we now know isn't there. And we can argue about the reasons why that is true. But the distribution under the compact is supposed to be an equitable distribution. That's the terminology used in the compact. Well, they measure use by adding consumptive use and evaporation. Those 2 numbers determine how much water is being used in each basin. In the upper basin, that number in 2020 was 4.5 million acre feet. 2021, 3.5 million acres.
And Becky went over those numbers yesterday. We saw that chart. She had a good chart.
Good. So the upper basin is using 1 million acre feet less than it did a year ago already. And the lower basin, during that same year, their consumptive and evaporative uses went from 9.5 million acre feet to 10. Okay, so they are using way more than their entitled share, more than 1 million acre feet more, and increasing while the upper basin, not just in the last year, but the upper basin has never used its entire share of the river. It's using substantially less than it's entitled to and decreasing as time goes by. So against that backdrop, the Bureau has the audacity to say to Colorado, another thing politicians can't say this, has the audacity to say to Colorado, we demand that you further reduce your use of the Colorado River. We've already done that, and the upper basin has not. The upper basin has been increasing its use of the Colorado River. So several of the main water leaders in Colorado are making this point. So I don't want to make it seem like we're the only ones who are on this side. Jim Lockhead, who is a Western Sloper, a lot of you know, runs the Denver Water Department. His response was that most of the reductions, everybody may have to have a role in it, but that most of the reductions have to come from the lower basin because that's where the most of the water is used. So far, that hasn't happened, but it's the position that we need to take. So Nancy, I've got tons of material that may come out in the conversation, but I want to close at least this sort of setting the table part of it by talking about the idea of going with the flow. There has been all of our lives a call from the lower basin to rewrite the interstate compact. They have always thought that they needed more water and we needed less. So they're constantly saying we need to renegotiate the interstate compact. Colorado has had a deep line in the sand forever and said absolutely not, never going to do that. We're especially never going to do that legislatively while California has 53 congressmen. So no, we're not interested in rewriting the interstate compact. But in a series of years where the annual flow of the river has gone from its historical average of 16 plus million acre feet to 11, it isn't as realistic for us to just draw a line in the sand and say we're never going to talk again about the interstate compact. What needs to happen is to reinterpret and re-understand the way the compact works. And several folks, several of us in Colorado have been talking about this for, I guess, several years. It's sort of a non-starter in California because they don't have to talk about it yet. But at some point they're going to, because give you the numbers. If we say that if we say the annual flow of the Colorado River averages 11 million acre feet instead of 16, which I think a lot of experts, at least in the last couple of years, would agree with 11 to 12. But even if we be conservative and say, okay, the river averages 11 million acre feet now, then let's adjust the administration accordingly, still on an equitable upper and lower basis, so that every state gets the same percentages they're now getting, same percentages they were given under the compact, so we're not rewriting it, but the same percentages, not the same defined amount, because the defined amount isn't there anymore. This is not rocket science, right? If you did that, Colorado would actually get about the same amount of water it is using now and has been using for over the long term. But the lower basin share wouldn't be 7.5 million acre feet, it would be 5.5 million acre feet. And California's share wouldn't be 4.4 million acre feet, it would be 3.2. So every time they start talking about the need to renegotiate the compact, that should be Colorado's response. We need to interpret it correctly, not rewrite it. It's already written in a way that the shares are equitable. Upper and lower basins both have already agreed on the distribution among themselves. We already know what percentages all the states get. The upper basin was actually smarter when they agreed on how to distribute the water among the 4 states. They did it on a percentage basis, whereas in the lower basin, defined amounts of water. So California is 4.4 million acre feet, no matter what the flow of the river is, and they want more. And Colorado's total share is, I don't know, 3.75 million, something like that. We've never used what we're entitled to, and they want more of our water. And so my point, all the water entities in Colorado ought to be in lockstep on this. There's lots of issues, you know, where Coloradans are divided, including water issues. This has always been an issue for Club 20, where we've always dealt with the fact that 80% of the water falls west of the continental divide, and 80% of the people live on the east side of it. So for us, the reality has always been we have it and they want it. There's always going to be intrastate issues like that. But we need for Coloradans to be free to argue among themselves, to fight among themselves, to figure it out among themselves. We don't need for the federal government working in concert with California to try and stop us from using the the water we're already using. That's way beyond allowing us to develop more water or build more water projects. It's way short of that. This is a desire on their part to take water that we're already using in the state. And my point is, one, they have no such legal authority, and two, Colorado needs to be absolutely united on this. And in lockstep, ought to say to the Bureau, we won't do it. We're already doing it, and we can't make us sit on the truck.
Why don't you grab the mic and walk around and keep it close to your mouth? Because I think that's one of the worst ones we've got. If the other mic works.
Where do you want him to walk to? Yeah.
The other one doesn't
Yeah,
work
no,
anymore.
everybody has a mic, so why don't I stay here?
Okay.
Everyone can just chime in as they.
You pick whoever you want, Greg. Their hands just went shooting up.
And then everybody agrees, right? Okay, Rachel is one of the people who's.
Let's start at
She's
this
been at
side.
Club 20 since the years that I've worked there, so let's start with Rachel.
This will be a quick one. Rachel Richards, Aspen County area. Thank you so much for being here today, Greg, and your past service and your in-depth research on many of these topics. There's some I don't agree on, and water I agree on. But my question is the unintended consequences. I agree with the fight. I agree with all these issues. But are we vulnerable to the federal government saying, oh, okay, you're going to sue us over Bureau of Reclamation and the Colorado River, there goes your school funding, or there goes this or that. I mean, I've seen it happen when states didn't want to raise their drinking age to 21, and then suddenly they were no longer getting highway funds. So just, is there a law of unintended consequences here, or, bad results from fighting in that way? Thank you.
Well, I'd say possibly. The federal government has long memory and sometimes a temper, and always more resources and staff than we have. So you never can be totally sure about that, but I don't want to cave just based on the possibility that they might get mad at us for it. It's a legitimate question though, and there are people asking, what else could the Bureau do to us? But just to be clear, they're not threatening to sue Colorado. They are threatening to just abolish the compact and start running the dams the way they want to. And in the context of doing that, they want to start draining Upper Basin Reservoir. They took a huge amount of water out of Flaming Gorge so that they can protect the ability of Lake Powell to generate electricity, which millions of people depend on. Don't get me wrong. But in the interstate compact, the generation of power is subservient to all of the other uses of the river. And so to drain reservoirs that were created for the purpose of domestic or irrigation or whatever other water purposes there are, in the case of Animas Plata settling the Indian Water Rights Act claims, they all have various legal reasons why they were created. So to think that they're going to start draining those for the purpose of making sure they can generate electric power, which they need because it's a source of revenue, that is a violation of the interstate compact. So it's one of the areas where we just ought to say they're violating the law. So instead of waiting for them to sue us, maybe the Upper Basin has to sue them. I'm not sure whether this leads to legal action of that type of litigation or not, but something has to happen before Colorado just knuckles under and says we're going to stop using the water we already have.
Okay, Mike, and then Jeff. Okay, Mike first. Jeff, we'll just go this way, guys.
Thank you. Wonderful. Great information. My question is, on our ranch, we reduce our consumptive use by 25%. Government comes back in, takes a look, and said, well, no, your historic seed is now X. Does Colorado run the same risk by reducing by the million AF of CU? Yeah. Down the road to turn around and go, the government go, okay, well, you only used 3 million last year. You don't get your.
Yeah, clearly. This was an argument in the legislature within Colorado about 20 years ago, the issue of conserved water rights, because under Colorado law, if you can save 25% of your water, you were deemed to have been wasting 25% of the water. And of course, waste isn't allowed under the law. So that took away any incentive that farmers had to conserve water, and the legislature fixed that within Colorado. But on an interstate basis, you're absolutely right. We're very vulnerable to the accusation that we didn't need that water to begin with if we can conserve it, and so therefore we were wasting it and it wasn't ours.
Thank you, Greg. My name is Jeff Moeller in Still County.
So if I understand you correctly, this compact that we made with years is essentially a contract.
It is.
It is.
It's a binding legal agreement between 7 states, ratified by the Congress and signed by the president. So it's like any other contract, one state can't unilaterally, one party to a contract can't change it without the other side looking at it, right?
And that would mean then that the lower basin is in breach of contract.
No, I think I would stop short of saying that. The compact gives them half of all the water of the river, allocates a specific amount to California, for example, plus any unused water from the upper basin. And the compact doesn't treat the basins the same in other ways too. Tributaries don't count as part of their water in the lower basin that they do up here, for example. But California has been using way more than its allocated share in the compact for decades, but I don't think that necessarily means they're in violation of the contract. As long as there was surplus water coming from the upper basin, they're entitled to it. The question now is, what if there isn't water, surplus water coming from the upper basin? Are they still entitled to it? That's what triggered the whole negotiation with the 7 basin states 20 years ago that resulted in the California 4.4 plan, as it's called, which they still haven't implemented. So the legal side of what you said is a little bit questionable, but the reality of it is exactly as you described.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand the difference of the legal side. If I make a contract with another party and I go beyond that contract or violate, I think is the word you use, I'm breaching the contract. That's
I wish the Interior Secretary would say that too, because they have the authority to override the compact in the lower basin and to decide that California shouldn't get as much water as it's been getting. They have that authority in the lower basin.
Right. And the point then is obviously if you're in breach of contract, then the other party has a right to file a suit.
Yes, and the litigation is nonstop on the Colorado River and always has been. So states file suits about it all the time.
I hate to be mean, but it's one question per person because we have a speaker that's assigned for the next committee, so I don't have much wiggle room. And I'm going to finish my questions going around. One per person, please.
Keely Ellis, and this is a personal question as a citizen of Rangeley. So you made a comment just a minute ago that, they're allocated so much money or so much water and then, anything extra that flows down the Colorado River. But for years, the amount of water coming down the Colorado River has not been the same and has decreased. And so why are they continuing to get excess amounts that are not coming down the Colorado River? And I say that because Lake Powell is super low, Lake Mead stayed devastatingly low, but yet Mojave and Havasu are at full pool. And I don't understand why they're not required to pull their own reservoirs down, which is the purpose of a water storage project. I understand they want water to flow through Glen Canyon Dam to generate power, but that's not the point of the compact. So why aren't they drawing their own reservoirs down at Mojave and Havasu?
You're kind of asking the question I think that we're all asking. Because the Bureau of Reclamation owns the dams and the gates, and the people who operate the switches work for them. So you want to look into the details of the Glen Canyon Adaptive Management Plan, which was adopted in response to the creation of the Glen Canyon Institute, California funded subsidiary of the Sierra Club, which was founded for the purpose of destroying the Glen Canyon Dam and restoring the great beauty of that canyon that was almost as good as the Grand Canyon. And so they wanted to decommission and get rid of that dam. The Glen Canyon Adaptive Management Program worked into that equation, the endangered fish thing, and so created some minimum flows required for endangered fish. And so now what the result of that is, the Bureau of Reclamation draining Lake Powell for the benefit of downstream users, including fish and the environment, not just California. So now people are asking, as a couple of smart authors put it, how can you fill up the bathtub when the drain plug is still pulled out? That's essentially what the Bureau has done, is drained Lake Powell on purpose for reasons and purposes that have nothing to do with the reason that dam was built. And so the thing that's most aggravating about this edict from the Bureau now is its failure to acknowledge any responsibility at all that the Bureau has for the problem, or any responsibility at all in the management of public lands and the massive overgrowth of trees that sap so much water that should be in the system. There's all kinds of things that have happened that can be laid at the doorstep of federal agencies, and there's no acknowledgement of that at all in this edict. It's like we did something wrong. We have to reduce our use of the river, because it's evil people. And here's what the compact actually says: for the distribution of water, we are required as the Upper Basin to deliver 7.5 million acre feet a year below Glen Canyon Dam to the Lower Basin on a rolling 10-year average without exception. That's a requirement. Okay, what the compact actually says is that the Upper Basin may not cause the flow of water to drop below that, below Lee's Ferry. Does anybody in this room think Colorado has caused the flow of the Colorado River to drop below that point? I mean, we're using less water than we were 10 years ago, not more. So it would be really hard, in my opinion, for any Lower Basin state or the federal government to argue that the Upper Basin has caused the flow of the river to fall below 7.5 million acre feet a year, which is what would trigger a Lower Basin call on the river. So I think, and I've talked to all of the best legal minds in Colorado that I can find. I think Colorado needs to be prepared to make that case in court if necessary, because the Upper Basin, even if the flow falls below that obligation, the Upper Basin has not caused it. It's not responsible for it. It shouldn't be made to pay for it.
Let's get over here. Kay and then Cindy. And then I'm sorry, we're gonna have to cut that off. But Greg, will you hang around a little bit? We have to have this next group, and I don't want you to leave. If they need to talk to you outside.
Yeah, I'm going to stay because I heard there was food.
There you go. That's my kind of meeting.
Yes, Greg, Kay Heinzel, Montrose, Colorado. Just to get this in perspective. Oh, closer to my mouth. Can you hear me now? Yes. Oh, wow. Greg, to put this into perspective, it looks like, we've got to recognize the fact that Arizona and California were deserts before they started stealing what the Colorado River water that they have today. And is the magnitude of water to keep those areas green, is that enough water to solve this problem if California and Arizona go to zero state?
Well, much of the country would start with that, and California went to zero state everywhere, because the Imperial Valley is the bread basket or the fruit basket and vegetable basket of America. But I don't know if people understand the difference in the way water rights are adjudicated in the Lower Basin. And this question gets us right to the heart of it, because in the Upper Basin, you can't get a water right without a decree from a court that determines how much it is, where you're going to divert it, what exact use you're going to put it to, how much you're going to consume, and how much you're putting back. All of that's part of the decree in the Upper Basin, and you can't get a water right without that specific. But in the Lower Basin, in California in particular, in divvying up the 4.4 million acre feet, their law says, because they only have 7 water users in California on the Colorado River. They're not individuals, or they're 7 irrigation districts, basically. And their decree says, such water as they may in their judgment need to irrigate that many acres. You couldn't get a water right decree in any Upper Basin state on that basis. Well, so the Imperial Irrigation District, which is by far the largest water right on the Colorado River, 3.1 million acre feet, just in that one district, that's their entitlement, more than the state of Colorado. More than the state of Colorado has been using. And they are absolutely refusing to take a look at any kind of conservation measures now. Their response to this whole edict is, obviously, we're going to have to stop operating the Central Arizona project. So they have no interest at all in reducing their share of of the river. This is a total non-starter in California, which is why I say Colorado needs to be in absolute lockstep and go to war over it if that's what's required.
I was really just speaking about lawns, not agriculture.
I apologize. Colorado did that. So how many years ago did Colorado start mandating low flow shower heads and 3 flush toilets and all of that? They still don't have that in a lot of California.
Well, one last quick question. I asked the same one to Becky Mitchell yesterday, which is, and we've been discussing a lot of the issue of accountability lately. Is anyone going to hold the Bureau of Rec accountable, do you think, realistically, for what they have done?
I vote for us. I think we
Last
should.
question. I'm sneaking in ahead of Nancy's cutoff, and I'm Mayor Lincoln, Grant County, as you know, Headwaters. I'm kind of going after what Cindy just said. How can we help as Club 20 to get this information to do exactly what Cindy asked? How can we hold the Bureau of Rec accountable so that California isn't overusing their allotment? I don't want to drive their head. I realize I'm more than this, but maybe we should dry up a swimming pool or a golf course so we can grow crops. Thanks.
Yeah, I always took the position that it wasn't any of our business how California reduces its share. But in the negotiation with the 7 basin states, our position was they have to adopt a plan to get their usage down to 4.4 million acre feet before the upper basin would agree any further action on the Colorado River. And everyone, including California, agreed to that at the time. So here we are now 20 years later where they still haven't implemented it and are now saying, well, obviously Arizona and Colorado are going to have to give up some more water. And at that point, I think that the advantage Club 20, as you're asking what Club 20 could do, the advantage Club 20 has is the advantage it has always had since 1953, and that is the ability to get everyone in the same room agreeing together and saying we speak for everyone. All of the water districts in Western Colorado, the irrigation districts, the mutual water companies, the utilities, the Colorado River District, everybody ought to be on the same page, and they all ought to be saying, Colorado is already using less than its share. We're not going to reduce anymore until we see California doing it.
That is a perfect conclusion for this section and the whole morning. Thank you, Greg. So thank you for attending my part of the PNLR. Thank you for Chelsea, the co-chair this year, because she didn't know when she was getting on that I would be making this request. There's a sign-in sheet that you signed in to be at this meeting. If you want to be on a committee to follow this and be on top of this, and learn and be ready to write these letters, sign your name on one of those. There's still some blanks over there, and give me a committee that when I find something, I'll share it with you, and we'll dig as deep as we need to, and we'll get those counties together and do what Greg just said. So thank you very much, but I do want people engaged. We cannot wait until March, the next time we talk about this. So thank you very much. And now it's time for the energy folks.
We have 35 minutes for resolutions and then. At the beginning, it's kind of bad, but you don't have to. Yeah.
All right, so if I can get everybody's attention, as you're well aware, we're running a little bit behind schedule. So I know some people needed a small break in between, but for the sake of our speakers, we've got one of our panelists that is on Zoom. So I'm going to ask everybody if we can make it back to our seats right now. And we're going to get organized and get ready to get started here in just a little bit. So if we can either take the conversation outside or find our seats, we'll get started with our next, we're going to start the Energy Committee's presentations and our panel next.
All right, thank you all for being here. I'll introduce myself. I'm Derek Elder. I'm with Grand Valley Power. I've been asked to co-chair this committee with Carrie Baird, and unfortunately she was unable to attend today. So Brad McLeod with XL Energy will be sitting up here and helping make sure I don't mess up too bad today as we go through this. I do want to be respectful of everyone's time. I know we're getting started a little bit late. I want to start off with two things. I would really want to thank staff for everything they've done putting this together. They've really been working behind the scenes for several months to do this. I think this committee was probably one of the last ones to help them out and get them across the finish line. So one of the first things I will ask is to amend the agenda, because when I sent the agenda off to Brittany, I had a little typo on there, and I don't know if you picked up on it yet, but this is scheduled to be a 12-hour committee discussion. Adjournment is just after midnight, so I think a lot of you are traveling home after this, and I really don't want to hold you here until midnight. So rather than be the guy that co-chaired the committee that had a 12-hour committee discussion, I'd like to amend the agenda to 12:45 p.m. and get you out of here on time, and be known as the guy that had a 12-hour discussion in 1.5 hours. I think that'd be starting off on the right foot. So with that, I'll go ahead and I'll turn it over to Brad, let him do the formal part. Okay, I'll go ahead and take care of that. Again, welcome to the Club 20 Energy Policy Committee meeting. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see one of the staff members for more information, or the way I got involved in Club 20 also is feel free to talk to Ray Beck. He's a great resource and great recruiter of Club 20 as well. So appreciate that, Ray. The discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so that everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee has acknowledged you, and then please turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those of you on the sides of the room, Club 20 staff does have a microphone for you to use, so just raise your hand. I'll let Britt introduce.
That was a description of what happens if you turn the lights on.
Yes, exactly. It was planned. Okay, so joining us on Zoom, we have Senator Bob Rankin, who will be a part of this panel. Deborah Kalish, Doug Monger, Gail Gawker, Chris Holstrom, Lindsay Forepaugh, Melody Ballard, Molly Pitts, Representative Perry Will, Steve Garcher, and Tim Vigil.
All right, thank you, Brittany. Now, anyone new to the room, we'd ask that you raise your hands. We can introduce anyone that was not introduced earlier today. Do we have Anyone new? Okay, don't see any. Next, we really can't do this without our sponsors, so we need to take time to thank our sponsors. The venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron and Xcel Energy, so thank you to both of them. The reception sponsor, which I understand I missed a great reception last night, sponsored by Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. And then today's committee sponsor, the Energy Committee sponsor. Thank you to Tri-State Generation and Transmission as well. I will turn it over to Brad and let him introduce our guest.
All right, so we are going to do a panel discussion on what does the grid look like, what does energy look like, primarily, especially for the state of Colorado. Going forward, we've got 3 panelists that I'll introduce in a second. I wanted to lay down a little bit of format to help everybody, and especially so that we stay on time. What we're going to do is ask each of our panelists to speak. They'll have about 10 to 15 minutes they're going to do for their presentation. At the end of all 3 of those, then we will open it up for questions and answers from the group. But that way they can all 3 get through before we open up the Q&A, if that's all right with the group. So our first speaker on this is the Regional Vice President of State Affairs, Community Relations for the largest publicly traded, responsible energy provider in the state of Colorado. Xcel Energy, my boss. Holly Velasquez-Horvath, if you'd please welcome Holly to the podium.
Brad, you're so nice and complimentary. Thank you. Thanks everybody for having me here today. I actually really looked forward to coming out to Grand Junction today. I'm a 5th generation Colorado, so from the San Luis Valley. So anytime I get to come out and be outside of the metro area, it is just refreshing, calm, and it just feels great to just see the beauty of Colorado. So thanks for having me. So I'm going to try and do
Yeah, you can take it off too, the microphone.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, really quickly, there we go. Really quickly, just for refresh, in the balance of understanding, what we think about every day. We've got 1.5 million customers here in Colorado. On the electric side, 1.4 million roughly on the natural gas side. Much of our customers have both, but we also serve gas to some and not electric, and electric to some and not gas. So we have a different variety and flux between a lot of our different communities. We try really, really hard to maintain a 99.9% reliability. I think we are at 99.8% reliability as of right now, and it's really due to some of these significant storms, weather events that we're starting to evolve and think about as we deliver reliable energy to our customers here in Colorado. When I was thinking about what I was going to talk about today and talk about the grid, I think about it in 3 different categories. We have the gas infrastructure, which is our gas grid, our transmission infrastructure, and then our electric distribution. Unfortunately, we don't have a map of our electric distribution only because you could imagine what that distribution, the electric distribution grid would look like if you tried to put it on a map. It would probably just be a big blob right in the middle of Metro Denver and a couple other blobs around our service territory. We operate all 3 of them currently separate within our company. So we've got our electric distribution, our gas distribution, and our transmission team. One of the things that we actually have launched within our internal company, our former president, Alice Jackson, I know that you guys have had in front of you a couple of different times. She was promoted just recently, and we have now started an integrated planning and strategy department that reaches all across our 8 states. Because what we're now seeing is that we can no longer operate with gas separate, transmission separate, and distribution separate. And we have to start thinking about how all 3 work together. especially as we're transitioning to this clean energy future, and we're starting to see that influx of integrated and different energy sources and how our customers use, and it's getting more complicated. And so the planning and integration of all three is now quite significant in how we deliver and continue to deliver energy reliably and on time for our customers. Today, as of today, right now, if you're thinking about what we wake up and think about every day with our grid, we're always looking at how we continue to invest into an aging infrastructure. Much of our electric infrastructure is about 100 years old. And we have to continually think about how we replace poles, how we replace wires, transformers, all of those things on a regular basis. It's just reinvesting into that infrastructure and making sure that it's not as old as when it was originally placed in. That's something that we've been focused on for about the last 10 years. We also do that on the gas side. We have about a 60, 70-year-old gas system in some aspects. And so it's reinvesting into those pipelines and making sure that they are safe and reliable and in the ground so that we don't have to encumber any challenges in either of those systems. We also are always thinking about, we grow. Developers, new customers come in, and they have to add in an extension into the distribution system to serve their homes or their businesses. And we're always working with the Public Utilities Commission and our legislators in making them understand the cost. And currently the way that we have the cost structure is we support it as well as our builders and developers and our new customers. And so it's just continuing to educate in helping them understand that the cost to put in that extension could potentially be significant, and how do we balance between what is that distribution system strictly individually for that customer versus is that customer investing into an extension that potentially other customers could use in the future, and who pays for that? And so we're always thinking about that cost for our developers and our new customers. And then, like I had said, planning. It's really about what do we need to plan for in 1 year? What do we need to plan for in 2 years? What do we need to plan for in 3 years in meeting growth? And also thinking, are we evaluating our growth the right way? Typically what we have done is received data on birth and death from the state, and that is really how we've been planning for that growth. We also think about it in the sense of what applications are in from our customers, and then we put the infrastructure in once those applications are in. So do we need to start thinking about more advanced planning, more investment into infrastructure so that we're not limited, we're not out of capacity, we're thinking about ahead. And that is really something that we're starting to see and something that we believe is really critical in continuing to deliver service for our customers. I felt like this was a really great slide also to think about as we're looking at this advanced grid into the future and what it's going to look like for our customers. So this is really about today. This is one-way power. We are sending power to you. And that is pretty much the basics of how this grid has been built. When you look at that distributed generation, we deliver power, customers are generating power, we're pulling it back in. We've got smart technology, we've got smart meters, all kinds of different tools in building out this grid. It becomes a lot more complex and it demands a lot more of investment and thinking about how we develop and continue to upgrade that grid. It's no longer a one-way into a customer. It is now a mutual grid that we share in passing energy and also receiving energy, and then also understanding how we use energy. And that also then transcends us down to how we generate energy. So there's just this really complex developing technology-wise grid that we're gonna have to start thinking about over the next 10, 15 years. And that is something, right now we are launching out smart meters. And that is something that we set in place last year. We've delivered 350,000 smart meters right now on the East Metro area. Our goal is for every customer in Colorado, if they so choose, they can opt out if they want, if they're not comfortable. But if they choose, our goal is to have all of our customers having the smart meter by the beginning of 2025. So that smart meter is that data. It's the pulling and pushing the energy. Another piece of infrastructure and focus that we have obviously is around safety. So not only are we always thinking about investing into infrastructure to make sure that we continue to have a safe and reliable infrastructure, you can imagine just even from the topics today and what we have spoke about, in the last panel around wildfires and how much more of something of focus that we have. Not only because of earlier this year, with our involvement in the Marshall Fire and, in our response that we had to be actively integrated with all of the state departments to ensure that gas was off, to think about what that distribution electric reinvestment would be back into the community. But it's also about what we are doing to mitigate. We have learned a lot just by watching PG&E in California and their lack of investment into the infrastructure, and so what we have done is in 2018, we worked with the Public Utilities Commission. We've got passed a $400 million wildfire mitigation plan, and we are currently executing on that. We've been executing it since 2019, and we still have a couple of years on that plan in hopes that we have been successful and we can go back to the Public Utilities Commission and ask for more. Currently, right now, that investment of that money is focused on three things. One is pole replacements. So we analyze all of our poles in wildfire zones. We identify those wildfire zones working with the state and also our communities. And in those wildfire risk zones, we have been doing since last year and will continue to do replacing poles that we potentially have identified of wildfire risk. In addition to that, we are very aggressive in inspections. We use drones, and we are flying drones and evaluating all of our infrastructure in these wildfire risk zones to ensure that there isn't, moldy poles, there isn't any decrepit, causes to any of the poles, that our lines are safe, all of those things. And if it is, we are immediately going in and replacing that. And additionally, we are doing major line rebuilds. So I know that there has been a couple of line rebuilds that we have actually been actively doing. We are currently in the Glenwood Canyon doing a line rebuild. And then we actually just got approval in Quebec, Brad, congratulations, and being able to do a line rebuild in Quebec, so that is, something that we're continuing to do. We also just recently launched a pilot in Evergreen on a reclosure program. And so what we are doing right now is there are reclosures that are on all of our transmission lines that are, they're sensitive to weather and they're sensitive to storms. And so if the lines ever gallop and they hit each other, it causes a momentary outage, but it automatically turns and re-energizes that line. These new reclosures actually shut the line down if there is some instance that is odd on the line, and then our crews actually are dispatched to go out and look at the line, ensure that there isn't anything wrong, and will manually turn that reclosure on. You can imagine that is a little bit more of a delay of an outage. It's something that we started piloting last fall. It has definitely caused a few more outages and a longer duration of outages for some of our folks in Evergreen, our customers in Evergreen. trying to figure out how to correct that, how to see the balance between reliability for our customers, but also ensuring that, you know, we're being thoughtful. If those reclosures are shut off our line because of a tree or a storm, we're actually mitigating from potentially causing a fire. So it's just around that mitigation and what's more of a priority. So the reclosures are also something that we have actively been putting in place. In addition to all of the current today, reinvesting in infrastructure, making sure it's safe and reliable, thinking about this new modern grid, also about the safety. We are also obviously very forward-looking and aggressive with our energy goals from a generation side. So we have, you know, I put up this slide. This is a, you know, sort of a 3-category goal on what we are working on. It's the 100% carbon-free on the electric system by 2050. It is working to figure out how we invest into infrastructure to ensure that if customers start to adopt electric vehicles, we are ready. And it's not something that our customers are having to invest into, but we're investing into it to ensure that that's there and ready to go. And then obviously the net zero natural gas. And this net zero natural gas has been a significant focus for us over the last couple of years. We have started to see from a lot of our, you know, legislatures and our governor that electrification is, you know, being pushed a little bit. And so we have been thinking, okay, how do we proactively start thinking about reducing carbon emissions on our gas system as we deliver it to our customers so that we are protecting this energy source for our customers in Colorado. We know our customers want to continue to use gas. We do. We talk with customers all the time. We check in, and outside of Denver and Boulder, all of our customers in Colorado want to continue to use their gas. And so how do we protect that choice and ensure that we are doing everything we can on our side to reduce as much carbon as possible on our gas transport system, our infrastructure? In addition, how do we start working with our suppliers and thinking about what they can do around certified natural gas, renewable natural gas? We have a pilot right now with a company called Project Canary. And they have these systems that they are partnering with a couple of gas suppliers in Colorado where they have these emission detection systems, and they chirp like a canary. And they're targeted, they're integrated into a software system that is automatically called out to the supplier. And they are actively then going onto the site, identifying where that leak is immediately and being able to then fix it so that it's not something that's not detected. So those are some of the things that we have been really trying to be aggressive about to ensure that we're protecting this source of energy for our customers here in Colorado. And then the last thing that I will mention is, you know, we've got this generation going on in Colorado to deliver energy to our customers. We're thinking about the grid, how it becomes modernized, making sure it's safe, making sure that, you know, we're mitigating from wildfires. And now we're going to enter into a new time with our energy where we are going to be generating more renewable energy than what our customers use, because generation of renewable energy does not match the use of when our customers use the energy. Solar is, you know, from times of 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. probably is when we have the max amount of solar generation on our system. Our wind generation is at night. We have the most wind generation at night. Our customers use their power at most at 6 p.m. We have a peak hour. That is when we plan for our generation. So we have to ensure that we have generation to meet our customers' demand at 6 p.m. If we move into this renewable energy, clean energy transition, and we've got solar at max, you know, between 11 and 4, wind at night, what are we generating to make sure that our customers have reliable service at 6? And it's, you know, that dispatchable, it's the natural gas, it's our gas plants, it's new technologies, you know, working with Hayden and trying to transition Hayden to think about what those dispatchable generation sources are. Modular nuclear. You know, we operate 2 nuclear plants in Minnesota. They are awesome. They are high score. They are in the top 10. They are a huge part of our carbon emission reduction vision that we have set forth. So we believe that it's something that is absolutely able, as long as we've got consumer adoption. It is a benefit to a community from a tax revenue resource and a social and economic vitality as we're transitioning off of coal. In addition to that, we're thinking about the biomass up in Hayden, and that is, you know, help partnering with the National Forest Service, clearing out some of those dead trees, being able to rail them because we already have an existing rail structure that goes up to Hayden, and figuring out how we burn that. We burn that clean, and then that could potentially be another source. So there's lots of things that we're thinking about around a technology standpoint to ensure that we're thinking about that reliability. But we also need help from our customers. So it's just trying to help incentivize our customers to think about how they use differently. They buy an electric vehicle, they need to charge it at 7:01 p.m. We are not at peak hour, not when they get home at 5. And so there's a lot of adoption coming from our customers too, to help us so that we're not overbuilding generation to serve our customers. And then entering into energy markets. And that is the last piece. We are an island. So we do not have a lot of connection to the east or the west currently at this moment. And that connection to east and west is necessary. It's necessary from but we would have to build more transmission to connect out of Colorado. So that would be where we are right now. It would be northwest Colorado into, you know, kind of up into the Seattle area, and then southwest Colorado down into Arizona and New Mexico. And so how do we then start to build out this transmission to start sharing that energy? So if we have more wind generation, we're delivering it out of the state, but we're also pulling in generation from other states that could help balance our system out. We're just at the start of these energy markets and trying to understand them, but it is something that we believe is probably necessary to be able to continue to deliver that reliable service to our customers. So that is grid generation, what we're up to. Thank you very much. I look forward to answering questions after I pass it to Rich.
Really well. I'll go very far because I know there'll be a lot of questions here when we're done. Just so you know, Senator Rankin is actually on Zoom. They'll follow Rich here in just a second. I've had the pleasure to know Rich for decades. I'm not going to say how long because it makes us sound older.
Before we cut
But Rich is the Director of Regulatory Affairs for the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. And appreciate you coming over and talking to us a little bit today about that part of the system. So, Rich, it's yours.
Thanks for having me. I was a little worried that, you know, energy discussions can be pretty dense. But, you know, I thought this was going to be really complicated, really hard. But then you guys talked about water before, so this should be super easy to fly through. So I think that's the one subject that I wouldn't want to be taking part in. So, yeah, like Brett said, I'm Rich Coolidge. I'm actually Director of Public Affairs for the Colorado Oil and Gas Association. I don't have a presentation, just I'm anxious to answer questions. One of the things that we talk about in COGA, you know, we're in an incredible energy transition, and we recognize that. The great thing about Colorado, we're so blessed to live here, is the access to every single energy source we have right here in Colorado, save for nuclear, but every other energy source we have wind, we got solar, we got oil and gas, and we got coal. We do very well by surviving here in Colorado. And what we need to take a look at is we're moving into this energy transition. It's going to be a long time. We are talking decades. We're watching electrification shoot up. We're trying to catch up with the energy needs at the same time. Electric vehicles, heat pumps that are going to be electrified in the future. We're talking millions of gas furnaces, water heaters that are all going to be looking to electrification. Those are major power sources that we're going to have to backfill with natural gas, coal, wind and solar, and possibly nuclear down the road. And so when you're thinking about these big issues, I always think of, I don't know if you guys have ever played Sim City or heard of Sim City. Well, you guys do this every day, so I probably shouldn't say it. You need a sewer system, you need a power plant, you need to build homes, all that. You need to think about that when you're building an electrical system. And sort of the three chairs of the stool that I think of, it has to be affordable, it has to be reliable, and it has to be sustainable. And you need to look at all three of those to see how they work. All of the resources, the energy we use, all sort of hit on each of these. And what we've seen is sort of I think the greatest example that we've seen recently is what's happening in Europe. The natural gas system has been shut off. They were talking about rationing natural gas for the winter. That's terrifying. It gets very cold there. There are going to be lives lost if they have to ration too much of it. Prices are through the roof for natural gas. They're paying almost double their natural gas that we're paying here in Colorado, because we have the reserves here in Colorado to backfill. You look at California, which has been very aggressive in moving to these high renewable standards. They're talking about rolling blackouts because there are reliability issues as a result of it. They've stopped drilling, largely stopped drilling in California, and now they're importing natural gas and oil from places like El Salvador and other places overseas that don't have a Saudi Arabian environmental protection agency. They don't have a health department looking at air quality issues like we have here in Colorado. And so, when we're talking about these issues, natural gas is a great fit for this, and Excel's absolutely right. It balances that reliability, it balances the affordability piece for us here, and it's more sustainable. So it sort of fits all those pieces. We can rely on wind and solar for a lot of the electrical needs that we have. But you always look at that reliability issue. How many of you, we've taken for granted, we go home, we turn on lights, we cook, we do all those things. But the time that it was out is the time you're going to remember the most. 2 or 3 days at a time is really damaging in Colorado, particularly in winter, as we saw in places like Texas. So we need to balance all three of those stools together. And I think we're moving in that direction, but it's going to take a long time. We need to get out of sort of this, in our camp system. There's different groups that are coming in and said, we have to do it this way. We have to go all in on renewables. We have to go all in on coal. We have to go all in on gas. It's not going to work. It literally has to be all the above energy. And we have to think longer term as a result of this. I think, as Holly was saying, I think Excel is really on the cutting edge of trying to build out this system. And so we're working with policymakers, regulators, local governments, and others. So we really need to work together and find a way that we can make sure that we're supporting our constituents, our residents, so they're not seeing huge spikes in their energy bills like we're seeing now, or prices at the pump. If we're going to develop, Colorado again is in a great place. We have some of the cleanest natural gas molecules in the world developed right here in Colorado. Because a lot of the regulations, Project Canary was founded in Colorado and does a lot of this work. So we're not finding leaks anymore. We're doing a lot of special things both on the technology side and process side that keeps our emissions profile lower than the rest of the country. So we go overseas, they don't have these regulations. We're developing them here real time in Colorado. And so when we talk about natural gas, we should be bringing it right here from Colorado. The vast majority of the natural gas we use in their homes is going to be from Colorado. We should feel good about it. And so when we're running, when we see rationing of natural gas, we see, price spikes of natural gas, we're sitting atop the nation's second largest natural gas reserves right here. I'm sure all you guys know that. We should be tapping into that more and taking advantage of those reserves so we can help, save our customers money, power our grid, and really move forward into the future. Again, it's going to be a long-term process. So I'm sure that's going to prompt some questions, and I'll share it with the esteemed senator.
Rich, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And to remind everybody, Rich will also obviously stick around and be able to answer questions afterwards. He's a wealth of knowledge. I've had the experience to work with Rich for years. Look forward to him being able to do some Q&A. So now we're going to go to Senator Bob Rankin. Senator Rankin, thank you very much. We know you've got an extremely busy schedule. We are thankful that you were able to join us via Zoom today. You've been working on a lot of very interesting things in the energy sector, and we'd love to hear a little bit about what you're looking at and some of the possibilities for the future, and then we'll have you stick around for some of that Q&A as well. Thank you very much, Senator.
Well, thanks for having me. Had I known I was actually going to be on the panel and you're going to put my picture up on the wall, I probably would have been there in person. But you know, you do have a lot going on, so thank you for allowing me to participate this way. My interaction, or I've been representing Northwest Colorado now for 10 years, and so I've tracked, the whole idea of energy transition pretty closely, and hopefully been involved, trying to help from the state level as much as possible. And the state has done a lot to help. But let me just quickly talk about two things that I've been thinking about and doing. And then, maybe there'll be some questions. One of the things that has really caught my attention is, I come at this, I'm kind of a geek. I'm electrical engineer, long career. But I try to focus on the impact on the community of energy transition, and work from that angle. And so I'm actually participating on a panel with NCSL on Sunday. I'm sorry I don't have that quite ready to share with you this morning, but what really interests me as I've dug into this is really the difference. And I'm going to talk about the issues of energy transition in communities from the perspective of the differences between Hayden and Craig. And it's if you really get down into what it's going to take to make those transitions, that's an interesting way to highlight the differences. Very different community support, different company ownership, which is really a big deal because the company's plans are important. The state's plans impact the company's plans. The physical facility, the plans of the companies, particularly, financially going forward. So I'm going to be talking about that to highlight what it's like to be in a community and face these transitions. And then the other thing that I wanted to briefly mention is I feel, or I believe, that we should be considering all sources of energy, including advanced nuclear technology as we go forward. And I ran a bill, and it was rejected by the Democrats and and a small group of environmentalists, certainly not all, on the Front Range. And that was really just to say, should we be looking at nuclear energy and the whole generation of small modular reactors? Well, that having failed, I thought, well, maybe we should look at this on a regional basis. So Tim Foster, who I think you all know, president emeritus of Colorado Mesa University, 17 years, built that up. Well, he and I have teamed up to try to take on an initiative to look at not actually building, but first assessing the community support for small modular reactors. So that's one slice of the whole arena, of the whole scope or the space of trying to find out and help Northwestern Colorado. I've heard at one point 40 different studies and a lot of state support for individual programs. But look, Craig is still very nervous about really replacing long-term the tax base and also the high-paying jobs, $100,000 average jobs. The tax base, 62% of the tax base has come from the energy sector. So it would appear that we should look at small modular nuclear reactors to replace the coal, the heat source. And so we set out to do that. We first formed an advisory committee, college presidents, Mines and CMU, and thank you to the utility folks who are here, high-level executives from each of the two utilities, Tri-State and XL, and local folks. So, and then we have AG&C. I reached out to AG&C to be our fiscal entity and our grant writing organization. And at the same time, DOE actually approached us, the GAIN program, which is Gateway to Advanced Innovation in Nuclear. And their mission is to try to find places where it might be feasible to introduce these small modulars as largely a replacement for coal generation. And so DOE is actually visiting us next week. Some of you are invited because you're local officials to that. And we'll be talking about, so invite only community meeting, first step to get something going. AG&C did a fine job of writing on very short notice a grant proposal, which we have submitted, they have submitted to this organization. Hopefully we can get going. This first step, this is really just to build community support, put out information, do a little bit of background modeling work, but primarily to reach out to the community. Because look, if you go to Routt County, Hayden, the community would probably vote not to do nuclear. But if you went over to Moffat County, they would, I don't know, I don't have the actual data, but they would probably vote to support. So, the first thing to do here is to build community support, talk about the feasibility, get through the issues of safety. Is it cost economically feasible? So we're going to have a pretty important meeting on Tuesday and then go forward from there. Hopefully we can keep some momentum going because, in the end, I mean, we can have all the hunting and tourism and those are good things, but we really do need to think about staying in the energy business in Northwest Colorado. And nuclear is an opportunity to do that, but this also gives us the opportunity to talk about it in Denver and in other arenas. To be clear, nuclear is not, when you saw Holly's slides, there is nothing nuclear about their future plans for Colorado, although Xcel has its own nuclear energy company, subsidiary company, and they are helping and participating in this. So, but Colorado's planning, the Colorado Energy Office, and the Colorado legislature, and even our PUC, there is nothing in any of our plans for tri-state or Xcel or around nuclear. And that means that they're not all that sensitive to really keeping us in the energy business. And so that's what I'm doing, trying to look at it totally from the community perspective. Great support so far. And, this is going to be fun to try to, look at true feasibility long term. So I think that's all I have to say. I'm open to any questions you might have about those initiatives. That's just a part of the total, transition management issue that our communities are facing.
Senator Rankin, I want to thank you very much for that, and especially considering, one, yes, you would probably have been around more than any elected official we've had in the last decade that I'm aware of attending these meetings in person. So first of all, thank you for always having your ear towards Club 20 and being here. Thank you for also being in tune with the energy futures in the state of Colorado and kind of what's going on and how we're going to make those things work as we go forward. So with that, I would like to open it up to questions from the floor. We'll have Rich and Holly both come back up. If you have a question, one, if it's particularly towards one of our speakers, then another, please make sure to reference so we know if it's to the group, then we can go from there. Also, remember, please introduce yourself and state where you're from and or your relation to the organization. And then also don't open your mic until we reference, just because, well, that doesn't work very well, as we pointed out. So Jeff, get your hand first, and then I'll come to Mandy. Right.
Okay. Well, you don't have to go that far. Yeah, you guys
Thank
can
you.
stay outside of the
My name is
projector
Jeff
screen.
Bowler, somewhat retired inventor, CEO. Okay, I'll speak directly into mine. Thank you. So I understand we're moving more and more towards clean energy, and that's a great thing. No doubt about that. But at the same time, we have this wildfire risk that's increasing geometrically, and particularly, I believe, related to the death of our trees, our forests, that sort of thing, to infestation. And they're burning, they're going to burn. Right? We're going to have wildfires. We're spend money trying to overcome the wildfires and mitigate the results. But it seems to me, and you mentioned that you're looking at using that wood as a biomass, right, and creating gas. It seems to me that I mean, even sawdust, for crying out loud, has a heated combustion similar to coal. Why can't we harvest those and use those for energy? take care of some of the wildfire problems before they happen.
I think everything's on the table in this aspect. What we have found that's interesting, and Senator Rankin, first off, thank you for being a leader in exploring the modular nuclear and advanced nuclear technologies. I think that it is absolutely a possible solution. I think that once our state and our community understands the difference between the old, what you think of nuclear plants and this new advanced modular nuclear, it is a completely different source of generation. And I think it has a ton of benefit for communities, especially communities like Moffett and Route that do not have the renewable energy capabilities in those regions to do replacement for that tax revenue, jobs, all of the things that we think about when we're thinking about transitioning our community. So thank you, because I do think there's tons of opportunity there. The biomass is a new thing for us. We have just began about a year ago talking with the National Forest Service, figuring out what type of burn material is in the state, how much we would be allowed to bring in and rail up to a generation source. We're looking at somewhere between 5 and 7 megawatts to start. And I think there's tons of opportunity to figure out how we not only do it in Hayden, but if it works and we have the ability to generate it and rail it up, and we have that strong partnership with the National Forest Service on pulling that out. And we also have companies, because we aren't the company who's going to be able to go in and pull that out. So can we find the companies willing to come into Colorado, pull that burn material out of the National Forest, partner with the National Forest Service, bring it up to Hayden and burn it. And if it works, can we do it in other places in Colorado, right? That have that ability. So I am a very optimistic person, just generally. I think that there's a lot of opportunity, but it's hard to figure out how to pull all of these entities together and think about what that partnership is. What is the cost? We have this Public Utilities Commission, and they have to evaluate the cost of what we're proposing. I think that that's a roadblock, not only for advanced technologies, but also for nuclear, because it's not cheap to build a nuclear plant. It's not cheap to invest into these innovative technologies that we're trying to think about. And so it's really dependent upon, engagement from our communities, advocating to the Public Utilities Commission, telling them that this is important, and then also us doing our due diligence and putting a plan forward that balances cost with also these community transitions and these new technologies that we're thinking about.
Before we go to Mandy, I made a mistake. I know, it's hard to believe, but I did. We've also got some questions that are online, so I'd like to defer. We've got at least one Zoom question that I'm familiar with, so let's go to that question right now, Brittany, and then we'll come back to Mandy, and then we'll go to Merritt. And then if we have time, we'll come over here, I think, to Red.
So Molly Pitts online with the Colorado Timber Industry Association and Intermountain Forest Association mentioned that you were looking at that Excel Energy was looking at biomass, but not whether or not you guys consider it carbon neutral.
Yes, so we actually could, we have it be two things, two levels of thought there. Carbon neutral is what we would shoot for. So to be able to generate the power for that plant or for that small 5 megawatts, we would do it from a smaller solar garden. So that's green, right? That's delivering green energy to the plant to generate the power to burn it. And then in addition to that, if we offset between what the trees are doing naturally in the forest to what we would burn, the offset of that carbon is actually what we believe, we're still analyzing it, but we believe is neutral. So that is where you get that carbon neutral generation.
Mandy Miller, thank you so much for being here. My question is for anybody that wants to answer it, that feels empowered to answer it. Recently, I attended some meetings held by the state in regards to what communities want for beneficial electrification. It felt very misleading because they had a bunch of slides that showed where we get most of our emissions from. And instead of focusing on the major emission source, which was generation, they kind of skated over those slides. And in the slide, it said 34% of our emissions come from generation. And I guess I feel like as communities, as people involved in the utilities, we need to do a better job at educating people on where their power comes from. Because if we're really putting so much more on the grid, especially when it comes to electric school buses, bicycles, using fossil fuels further away from the source and using more fossil fuels to generate electricity that has to travel hundreds of miles across to the communities is the least efficient way to generate power, in my opinion. And so how do we do a better job at educating the state and the communities on where they generate their power from?
I think you're spot on. I mean, this is what we need to have, that sort of conversation about energy. I mean, there's, to understand, like, you know, the benefits of renewables, those work well. Why does natural gas support them? Because, you know, when we talk about coal was that baseline. It was there, you know, provided energy, very reliable. Plus you could store a ton of coal right next to the plant. So you can just draw from that and constantly keep that going. That's the huge reliability model. With natural gas, you can't store it. You can't really turn on the spigot. It just comes in and, you know, you can't store it. But when you think of, like, you know, I always tell people when you're barbecuing and you're using charcoal, you know, you build a thing, you light it, you gotta let it heat up, and you sit there and you wait. That's how long it takes for like a coal power plant to kick on. So it's not a good backup reliability for renewable. If you're cooking with propane, you know, on your gas grill, you know, you just turn it on and then you hit the igniter, or if you're like me and the igniter doesn't work, you throw a match on top and let it go. But that starts right away, right? So that's why that backup is so important. And so we just need to talk about these issues. I don't know how best to do that. I think, you know, that a lot of times you just have to explain to people what's heating your water is from natural gas. What's heating your home is a natural gas furnace. And you just have to start with those basic steps to get people to understand. You know, working with, you know, some of the regulations for oil and gas, people are saying, can you believe there are natural gas lines that go behind my house? It connects right to your house too. And just, you know, we need to have that conversation about what this transition looks like. It's coming at us fast. There's a lot of information coming around. But again, it's trying to get to the data and the science behind it. We're stuck in this sort of political cycle of the, I won't say the politicians are running it, but I know my audience. We just need to get out of the political and the partisan arena and just have a conversation about how best can we power our homes that are affordable, sustainable.
Wanted to say I agree completely, and innovation is something I think that the private sector does very well, and being able to solve those problems through innovation and diversity, I think is super important.
Yeah, I mean, Koga sort of was a stakeholder in this recent rule, actually Excel's clean energy plan. And, you know, you look at all the stakeholders in the room, I mean, certainly, you know, everyone should have a voice in the room. But when Excel comes to the table and says, this is what the best plan is, we modeled it, we've done all the data analysis, we've done all this, they're treated like, wow, they just have their own self-interest. You know, we need to have a real expert that's just unbiased, that just looks at this stuff and says, this is the best and most, you know, best path forward. You know, Excel shouldn't be on the same playing field as the Sierra Club or even the, you know, Colorado Oil and Gas Industry. I mean, these are the ones that we put our faith into to drive this discussion. And I think they have very good, and they should be treated.
Okay, and Mandy, that was a great question. I just wanted to say one thing as well. I think the utilities for years were afraid to have the honest conversation. And I think you're starting to see the utilities, because of the reliability issue, starting to say, hey, renewables are great, but let's have an honest conversation here. Let's talk about what it's gonna take. And back to your point of, it's going to take everything. And it is a transition. We don't know what the length of the transition is. Can we do it in 5 years? That's the target, but can we do it? We're working on it, but we need to have those honest conversations. And from a utility perspective, I think you're starting to see it. We're finally standing up and being honest rather than worrying about, you know, how we're gonna get run over, how we're gonna get perceived.
So can I offer a little bit of a political perspective, spending my time on the Front Range? I mean, the vast majority of voters in this state live in urban environments, and they flip their light switch or even turn on their water tap and take it for granted. The political debate, the big debate in this state is not about, you know, preserving the grid or other sources of energy. It's about climate change. And, you know, that's what we're up against. That's why I believe we have to have more of a regional voice on these issues, because, I mean, you talk about having a conversation, forgive me, who are you going to have a conversation with? You know, we're talking to ourselves. I mean, we're drinking our own bathwater to some extent, because this state, and we have to face that reality, is totally focused on a date, not a plan. And, you know, I don't want to be a little too blunt, but I do get, you know, I get frustrated when I come home and I talk to all of us and say, oh, we need to have a conversation. You know, come with me and listen to the state legislature talk about closing coal plants earlier. We're not closing them fast enough. We're not totally getting out of the oil and gas business fast enough. That's the conversation that goes on in this state. So to be realistic about it, we have to face that reality and have a strong regional voice that's a little bit different from a statewide conversation. So forgive me for being a little bit frustrated or sometimes annoyed. That's why I'm launching this regional effort to look at small modular nuclear reactors.
I can't agree more, and I will just say, I just read something earlier this morning that California is now thinking about extending the life of one of their nuclear plants because they're running into a capacity issue on the renewable side. And New Mexico just did it a couple of months ago, where they're extending the life of one of their coal plants because they don't have the capacity as they're transitioning. And so we're going too fast, and we're not thinking about what we're generating and how our customers are using. And our customers are not adopting anything different. And if we are here for the customer. If our customers are adopting it fast and they want a low cost, reliable utility bill, then we've got to make sure and try to figure out how to deliver that. And it's not going to be fast. And it's not going to be all renewables. It's got to be a diverse amount. We've got to have gas. We've got to have other dispatchable energy that's carbon free, okay, but it's going to take time, lots of time.
Right. So if you all look at your agenda, it says that we're going to be done at adjourn at 12:45. We're going to push that a little bit, if you don't mind, because we have several questions that we want to ask. We do have 2 resolutions that we need to deal with right at the end of this. So if you'll all work with me, I'm going to hand it off for 3 last questions. If you can all be concise, ask the question and not just give a statement, and make sure that we have time to answer them. I will come back and then we can get quickly done with the resolutions and still get you guys to lunch and then on the road in a reasonable time, if that's okay. I'm the chair. I can be a big jerk as a committee chair here. I got broad shoulders, thick skin, really good. I can handle it. So, talking about thick skin, my good friend, Merritt, you were the next in line for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Merritt Linke, past chair, Grant County, up the river. So, I would just like to do a little bit of context here because I do have a question and probably a little bit of a comment. Everybody take a deep breath. Let it out. Can you just breathe in 79% nitrogen and about 20% oxygen? So the carbon, CO2 that we're talking about is a fraction of that 1% that's left in that total atmosphere. And we're talking about reducing that 1%, a fraction of a fraction, when we talk about this carbon-free stuff. So all of the presentation I just saw said 100% carbon-free. Okay, but all the conversation didn't support that goal because we talked about all the above. And I'm telling you that the 100% carbon-free is an impossible goal because we're going to need that carbon not only as backups, but we're going to need that carbon-based fuels, which natural gas is a carbon-based fuel, to install these solar and wind generators and lubricate them and dispose of them and mine all the millions of tons of copper that it takes to get power from A to B. So my request, and maybe for all of you and Senator Rankin, to help people understand is put these kind of facts in front of people when we talk to carbon-free by 53 or whatever slogan we want to use, and make sure that people understand what we're really dealing with here as we go forward. Thank you.
Do you have a response to that, any of the three of you?
I didn't understand the question.
I think he would like you to translate that message to your peers and constituents under the Golden Dome, Senator.
And what was the message? It was a little garbled. I need, maybe you could put it in the chat room so I understand the message.
The question would be is, I don't know if I'm coming across.
I cannot hear you. Could you type it into the chat room?
It's too much to type. Sorry. Maybe Brittany can catch it.
Email.
You know what I said by now. But the question would be is how can we, again, help you and help Koga and help Excel to get that message out that the carbon-free by 53 or 100% carbon-free or whatever that's like is not going to work. It's an unreliable, unattainable goal. There's a lot more to it than that when we consider all the other direct and indirect implications of green energy. How can we help you do that?
Well, I don't know. I've said it from the floor of the Senate. I think, you know, it's a difficult message that is not acceptable by the environmental left. So any ideas would be useful.
I'll just add, I'm an optimist and I believe that we've actually moved a little bit because it used to be 100% renewable energy. So now we're saying 100% carbon free. So we've moved. So there's always opportunity as we keep talking about it and keep educating that we evolve, because we've evolved significantly even in the last 5 years on just the conversation. And you can't legislate physics. It's impossible. So we have to start talking about the science and the physics of what we do from a system standpoint, not from a policy and an ideal, perspective on what it is. We have to figure out the physics and the science, and then think about how you legislate supporting it to get us to where we need to be.
As I get ready to hand off to Ray back, I'll add a little bit to that. So I was at a Public Utility Commission's meeting on Wednesday prior to coming here. And they've got 2 more virtual meetings that they'll be doing, one in August, one in September. But as these things go forward and or as special committees in the legislature move forward, a lot of times now we have the opportunity for remote testimony. Several people in the room have done this, but I can't reiterate enough what phone calls, direct emails, and testimony during any of those, whether it be at the state or even the opportunities at the federal level. And our representatives are good about making sure that we know about those. But we need to take better advantage of those opportunities and do those, because if we aren't sharing that individual voice, there's a reason it's not being heard. And I promise you, there is always some group that is making sure that their voice is heard we need to be more active in ours. Okay, that's my non-Excel hat wearing soapbox, but we definitely need to be more active.
Brad, can I just?
Well,
You get 30 seconds, maybe, and then I've got to go to Ray. It's only fair to Ray.
If you care about women, minorities, children who advocate for reliable energy and access to energy diversity, half of us in here today are women, and we would be home doing laundry or trying to source basic living food, water, if we didn't have access to clean, reliable power like we do.
I'm glad I deferred the 30 seconds to you. Thank you. All right, Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ray Beck, former Moffett County Commissioner, also the past Vice Chair for Just Transition, and a former employee of Yampa Valley Electric after 37 years. So first of all, I wanted to thank Senator Rankin for championing the nuclear project as Moffett County transitions to a different type of energy or whatever that might look like for our local economy. So thank you, Senator. Looking forward to the meeting next week as well. Questions for Excel. We do, I believe, Club 20 believes in all the above. We don't pick winners and losers. And so with that being said, my questions to Excel is number one, your supply chain. You talked about building more power lines. What does that look like when everybody else is experiencing the supply chain problem? And number two, what percentage of your renewables are of the energy that Excel produces? What percentage is that of renewables? Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Commissioner. So supply chain, we are absolutely seeing constraints on the supply chain side. We are, I would say, probably 18 months out of a delay on our supply chain. So supply chain, we're currently constructing and thinking and designing the power pathway transmission line, which is the transmission line that we are actively we just got approved, and we're going to build on the Eastern Plains. It's about a 500-mile transmission line, and this goes back to the thinking about connectivity outside of the state and how we do that. I was just on a call a couple of days ago on the supply chain side. There are some concerns around meeting timelines that have been mandated and ruled by the Public Utilities Commission to ensure timing of the construction and the delivery of getting this transmission line online. And we were talking about supply chain because we are seeing a significant delay, especially in the, not necessarily in the steel because of what we do in the United States and then also in the South America, but it's all of the specialized equipment that we would need to put on that transmission line. So it's not the big stuff, it's the small stuff that we're seeing a significant delay on because we just don't have the market or the selection or the opportunity to go to multiple different suppliers and to get some of those smaller things like the reclosure, or a piece of cable or a cross arm. Any of those very small things is what we're having a challenge. And we're probably about 18 months to 2 years. So we're actually ordering. I mean, this transmission line isn't planned to be online until late 25, early 26. And we were just talking about how we advance and start to order some of that equipment to ensure that we're getting on time. And I forgot the second question, I'm sorry. Oh, currently right now, I think we're at 43% renewables. We're targeted to get to 55% by 2026, if all goes well, and then 80% by 2030, roughly. We do not think that it's possible to go beyond that. There's another 20% that's got to be something completely different because of the reliability.
Thank you for that. Okay, and our last, if Commissioner Hanson, you've been very patient, so I would like the opportunity.
It's not on my personal either.
I know.
Yeah, Sue Hanson, Montrose County Commissioner, Senator.
Speak directly
I guess
into it.
what I would like to ask you is how can we help you get the state of Colorado not down this, what I feel like is a train heading for devastation. You have Germany that's actually put fossil fuel, fossil fuel, putting Germany, and now we just heard about New Mexico and California actually, reinstating coal-fired plants or fossil fuel energy plants. How do we get Colorado not to go down that, to make that same mistake before it's too late? How can we help you do that?
What I think the real mistake in our Colorado plan is it's a date, not a plan. I mean, nobody really believes that we can get, fossil fuel free by 2050. What I want to advocate, and I'm pushing this through the nuclear initiative, is that we actually have a plan. And it says that we, our coal generation, perhaps we phase out 2 units, keep one running at Craig, for example. I think we are not adequately considering natural gas generation as a replacement, as a step, if not a permanent replacement. So what I want to do is completely rewrite the plan. That's an uphill fight because, our 2 wonderful utility companies have had to pretty much follow the lead of of our state legislature and the environmental groups. So, that's an uphill fight, but the way to do it is, we are locked into these plans of the 2 companies, the energy resource plans. We have to rewrite those before it's too late. Thank you, Sue.
And with that, I would like to thank our presenters for being here today. Thank you guys very, very much. Senator Rankin, if you'd like to stay on, we'd love to have you. Otherwise, we also thank you coming in virtual.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
I am going to have to say goodbye. I've got to do some prep for these upcoming events, and we have in Carbondale the Mountain Fair, once a year event. I got to go walk around and say hello to my constituents. So talk to you later. Thank you all.
We'll see you Monday. Thank you. All right, we're going to move forward here. We're close to being on time. Not like, we're close. We're close, Nancy. We're gonna see if we can get this wrapped up really quick. So if you'll look at your resolution review and updates, we have 2 items. First, encouraging the U.S. CNG fuels in Colorado in vehicles, and 95.1 U.S. Geological Survey. The recommendation, because both of those are fairly outdated at this point, we have a direction we're going forward, would be to delete both of those resolutions. We'll revisit other resolutions of concern later. If I had a motion from the floor, I'd entertain it.
I move we delete these 2 resolutions.
Nancy with the motion to delete, Merritt with second. Do I have any discussion? Okay, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel Richards, Aspen County area. Very brief discussion. I didn't want to interrupt the last panel to make this comment, but it seems appropriate on these that we are deleting. And that is that, there's no energy source that's perfectly clean of any sort, whether you're burning wood or you need materials, the raw minerals for battery storage or whatever. And so it involves line there about how do you rewrite the plan. I think it's about discussing how to minimize any impacts from whatever energy source we're using. How do you mitigate? I mean, I didn't want to throw it in, but natural gas for cooking emits methane in your house and formaldehyde and other small chemicals from inefficient burn. And it's just a fact. But a lot of us are still going to live with that, just like we live with a lot of other things. And so it's about saying, how do we minimize the impacts from whatever energy sources we need? Thank you.
And I'm going to thank you because our next point, actually, that's going to be an awesome segue after the vote to talk about our guiding principles, Rachel. Thank you. Any other comments before I call for the vote? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of deleting both resolution 10.1 and energy EN 95.1, deleting both of those resolutions, say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, before we adjourn, I have a few minor things, and the first is this discussion on the next steps. I first want to thank Kathy Fackler, who has put a ton of work in on these guiding principles on our energy committee. As you know, under Cindy Dozier as our chair, we started this process, and each committee has been moving forward in this, and it is a long, painful process sometimes because we have so many resolutions to go through. And there is so much work that can be consolidated and concise. And Rachel, to where I was going, your comment is exactly the kind of work we're going to put into as they're working on refining the good start that has already been made on the guiding principles for the Energy Committee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask if you have a concerted interest in being actively involved on a working committee to do these guiding principles, I would ask you to reach out and let staff know, but also just reach out directly and let Derek know. Derek is stepping up and taking this one by the horns, and he is really excited to get it going. We want to get more of the membership engaged, and this is a great area to do that. Derek's already told me he'd be willing to get all your information afterwards, and obviously in the weeks to come too. So that's the statement I'm going to make about the guiding principles work. We will have those to present in the future. After that, Derek, I would like to thank you and think is your first time co-chairing an energy committee. Fantastic job. Thank you very much. And as we get ready to go to lunch, guys, I want to thank our agriculture committee, our water committee, our chairs in each of those, and our public lands and natural resources, our business affairs, and our energy committee, and all of the speakers that came. We have had 2 more days of fantastic policy meetings. I have been excited and energized by the level of speakers and conversation that we've had both in the room and the conversations that take place because of that out in the hallway, because that's where we also know a lot of the work gets done in this place, and I do appreciate it. I'd like to thank really quickly our sponsors, Mark and Kathy Fackler. I'd like to thank Business for Water Stewardship, CHAFA, our Colorado Housing Finance Authority. I would also like to thank Tri-State, XL Energy, Chevron, the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District for sponsoring these events. I wasn't done. The Foreign Ranch, obviously, big sponsor. We really appreciate that. Michael, thank you. And also, I would like to thank our host, Dr. Jones, one last time. Thank you very much for having us here at CCC. And a really warm welcome that we received from the town of Rangeley and those that helped put that together. And Alvin, I know you did a lot of work on that. So specifically, thank you to you and your staff as well for helping put that together for us. And the last 2 things I want to do before we can run off to lunch, I want to thank staff. I mean, Brittany, Julia, and Christian, you guys put in countless hours making sure this one's policy meetings come together, and then you run around and burn calories the entire time that we are discussing, debating, listening to speakers. So thank you guys very much for the work that you put in. And the last thing I'm going to do before we go to lunch, and then wish you all a very safe travel back to wherever home is I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and engaged. Whether you're currently a member and you were here because of a specific speaker or a specific committee, or if you were a guest that showed up that needs to become a member, we're thankful that you are listening and becoming educated, engaged, and being a part of this process. I would like to leave you with this thought as we get ready to finish out today. And last night, one of the things we had a lot of things we talked about last night. At the very end, I used the word passion. And I'm looking at the future of what Club 20 is doing, and I see passion in the room. I see passion in the eyes of the individuals that have showed up for the last 2 days. I see passion with the individuals that showed up at our policy meetings in Durango. I want you to carry that forward when we're talking to people out in the streets or at your other networking meetings, your service clubs, or what have you. Remember to remind them why they should also consider coming to our meetings, why they need to come to our debates in September, why they should become engaged and become a member of Club 20 and have that voice heard and help us carry that forward in the Golden Dome at the next level. It is about our active engagement that makes us relevant and makes us effective. We are only as good as we want to be and as good as we set the bar to be. So as an organization, I am very excited about how we've started off. I am honored to get to sit up here and get to say that I get to be the chair of Club 20 as your chair. And I mean the specific on your. This is your organization, and I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. Help us carry it forward. Christian, the last words are on you.
Thanks, Brad. It's exciting to have a chair with such great energy and passion within himself. So thank you for sharing that with all of us. Some of you may have noticed I took a bit of a step back for the last few weeks of policy meetings, and being elbow deep in planning candidate debates for the last few months, I sat Brittany and Julia down a few months ago and I said, these policy meetings are on you. It's up to you guys to put it all together. I'm here if you have questions or you need help, but I really wanted to give them the opportunity to have a leadership role in being the people who put this event on. And boy, have they risen to the occasion. So I just want to say a quick thank you to Brittany and Julia for your leadership that you've shown during this time of putting these meetings together so I can focus my efforts and attention on candidate debates. I greatly appreciate your guys' work. So with that, we do have lunch for you back in the room. There is a taco bar, which can be made into a taco salad, a burrito, a soft taco, anything your heart desires, Mexican style. It is $5, so if you have not paid Julia, please do so once you get up to the line. And we sure hope you guys travel home safely. Our fall conference candidate debates are September 9th and 10th. So executive committee and board will meet on the 9th with steak fry at a brand new location during the evening of the 9th, starting at 5:30 p.m. And then candidate debates running all day long on Saturday, September 10th at Colorado Mesa University. So that registration is open online. So please do check that out. We will be limiting the number of tickets for the evening debates. So if that's something that you're really passionate about attending, you need to get your tickets early. So with that, thank you again for joining us, and thank you to all of our sponsors. Oh, thanks, Brittany. We are soliciting questions for those candidate debates from our membership. So please snap a picture of this QR code. It will take you to a survey link where you can submit questions for consideration to be used during those candidate debates. So please use this. You can submit as many as you like, and we would love to be able to represent our membership during those debates. So thank you all again. Okay.
Are the debates going to be also virtual?
The debates will be live streamed, probably through our YouTube channel, but we will share that out on social media as well. Yep. All right, thanks everyone. Travel safely home.